All right, guys. So today we got the FOMC rate hike decision. I'm awake, man. Oh man, I'm awake. We also have non-farm payroll numbers. Uh, AMD ripping up today. All right, guys. What's up, Ahmed, MP, Ace, Type, Manny, HJ, Susan, Eric, Kevin, Bob, Ninad, Shmi. What's up, guys? All right, so yeah, today is the Fed rate hike decision. We're gonna go ahead and do a poll. A poll here. Can y'all hear the music? How much does the Fed raise rates today? Is the question. 0, 25, 50, 75. Vote on the poll. All right, hold on. Look at the music go. Hey, what's up, Mimi and Med? All right, hold on. Let me get the music up. All right, guys. So 25 is what's expected, not 50. So yeah, 25 is what the market is expecting, and generally the market is right. Usually it's 25. I thought that 25 was a little low relative to what Jerome Powell has been saying over the last couple, last little bit. I thought that 25 basis points was a little light relative to what he's been saying, but analysts generally know what they're talking about. So, you know, so we're just going to assume 25, even though, yeah, we're just going to assume 25 because, they're usually right. Looking at the poll numbers here, we just did a poll. We got 50 votes already. Most people think 25. I'm going to assume 25 as well. Thank you guys for helping me hit 98K. If we push hard enough today, we can hit, we can hit 99 or even 100 today. Hey, what's up, Mo? Can hear music now? Good. Thank you, sir. We also have non-farm data dropping today. So we got PMI non-farm data at 8:30. We got the rate hike at 2. What's up, Beach? You assume Fed rates affect markets. It's just whales and ETFs. Well, yeah, but I mean, not to disagree with you, but don't whales and ETFs affect markets, bro? Are you saying only whales and ETFs affect markets? The rate hike decisions definitely affect things too, though. You know, like here's an example of it. The last rate hike decision was on December 13th. Here's the SPY. Let's look at it. The last rate hike decision was announced here. The last rate hike decision was announced here. And look at the market turn afterwards. Market literally did a straight U-turn after it. And so, I mean, the rate hike decision itself is not going to affect markets a ton. What's really going to affect them, though, is what Jerome Powell says during the conference. What's up, Snow? Yeah, MSGM was absolutely ridiculous yesterday, man. Up to $40 right now. I might buy a share of this just to do it. It's a little late, but hey, we're going to play around with it and buy a share once we can. It's dragging the rest of the squeeze stocks up too. I wish I could drag HKD up, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Hey, congrats, Martin. It's a great trade, man. Yeah, it's a big day, man. Big day in stock market. All right, guys. So we still got a couple, you know, we still got a couple days. My central guest after many weeks of watching the Feds meet up with the EU central banking committees and much of a needed lower dollar with the war. Yeah, for sure. I agree. I mean, but there's an inverse correlation between the SPY generally and the dollar. You know, so like usually there is a Wait, the poll disappeared. Can y'all see the poll? No, I still see the poll. It's got 85 votes, 55% saying 25, 34% saying 50, and 5% saying 75. Let me know if y'all can still see the poll. You should be able to. Inflation plus a high dollar is hurting the efforts established by the EU to fund. Yeah. Yeah, all good to know. $50 basis point means 0.5%. Edith. 50 basis points means 0.5%. And so, as an example, the last one, if you check to see like what the expectations are relative to what the rate hike was last time, you'll understand what a rate hike is. Or not necessarily what a rate hike is, but you'll understand a little bit more what everybody's talking about. So expectations are for the federal funds rate to go from 4.5% to 4.75%, right? Which is an increase of 0.25%, right? 0.25% is 25 basis points. So when you hear people say 25 basis points, 50 basis points, basically, if you think it's going to go up 50 basis points, you think it's going to go from 4.5 to 5, right? Which would be 0.5, which would be 50 basis points. If you think it's going to go up 25 basis points, it would go up from 4.5 to 4.75, which is again 0.25 basis point, or which is 0.25%, which is 25 basis points. So that's how you calculate it. Where's the guy who was short Tesla a month ago? Where are you? And what's your next play? And definitely wasn't me, bro. You know, I might have been skeptical of Tesla, and understandably so, I think, because frankly, Elon was acting up on social media, and so it's just a little bit too vulnerable for me as a position. But I definitely wasn't shorting it. I'm sure there were some here that were, though. Powell will say 25, but Fed will remain hawkish throughout the year to combat inflation. Maybe. Rip the Band-Aid off and get it over with. Yeah, a lot of people want them to do that. But again, what Jerome Powell said last time was that they weren't going to do that, though. Like, basically what JP said last time was that they didn't want to cause a crash and then play cleanup. That was literally verbatim what he said, was that they didn't want to cause a crash and play cleanup afterwards. What they would rather do is sustain aggressive, but not crazy high rate hikes longer term to try to slowly ease inflation without causing a recession with a soft landing. That's what they said. One. All right, guys. Bye. Yeah, we'll see. Hey, what's up, Ricky? Yeah, well, there's not really much to do in the market super early. How's crypto acting right now? Bitcoin up to 23. Yeah, what's up, Benna? What's up, Alfredo? What's up, Martin? 23K. Yeah, I see that right now. FOMC meetings at 2 p.m. today. We got a full day, man. I'm gonna be working all day here, and so subscribe if you haven't yet. You know, we're just gonna keep growing. Hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. We're gonna be here basically all day. Take a small break after the morning stream. Start streaming back again midday. Stream the rate hike decision, the press conference, then pivot over to Meta earnings. Stream those, and then tomorrow we've got jobless claims, and then we've got Google and Amazon and Apple earnings in the evening, and then Friday we've got unemployment and non-farm payroll numbers. So just a lot of stuff, to be honest here. $10:30 Eastern Standard Time. Nah, man. It's not at 10:30. We got something happening. Then let me see. We've got so this is what we got going on today, and there's a lot, to be honest here. So I'll go through the full list of everything, basically. European CPI dropped, which is inflationary data, which came in less than expected. Optimistic sign. CPI year over year for Europe came in at 8.5% versus 9% expected at 9.2% last time. Month over month came in at minus 0.4 versus minus 0.3% expected, so lower than last time. Again, good things. Following that, we got ADP non-farm employment change for January coming out, which is very relevant data. Comes out expectations for ADP non-farm employment change, which is kind of a prelim leading into non-farm payroll data on Friday. But this expectation is 178K. It will be relevant for gauging inflation and all that stuff too. Then following that at 9:45, we got manufacturing payroll numbers. So we got manufacturing payroll numbers for January coming out at 9:45. Expectations for manufacturing PMI are 46.8. Remember, above 50 means that an expanding manufacturing sector. Below 50 means a contraction manufacturing sector. And so we'll see where we're at relative to that expectation of just under 47. We also have ISM manufacturing employment, construction spending, and new orders dropping around 10 o'clock. But those are all going to be pretty minuscule relative to the ISM manufacturing PMI for January. Expectations are for 48. That drops at 10 a.m. And then we also have the JOLTS job openings report dropping at 10 a.m. as well. Expectations are for 10.25. Crude oil inventories drop at 10:30. And then we got the Fed rate hike decision at 2. We got the press conference at 2:30. We've got Meta earnings at 4. And so, we got a lot of stuff. But that is the full list of everything we got going on today. Let me know if you're bullish or bearish on this stuff, man. We did a poll here. We asked people how much would the Fed raise rates. Most people were expecting 25. I mean, that's what's expected here. Yeah, I mean, laugh out loud, Liberty. You know, you got to understand where I'm coming from too, though, man. And again, if we disagree, we could agree to disagree. It's all good, man. What I'm saying though is like, okay, we could say the market's in some bigger bubble that people just don't know yet, and that the market's going to crash or whatever it is. A lot of people are arguing that the market was extended. I think if you look at the SPY's down on the last year. You know, here's the last year of price action on the SPY. It is weak. It is down. You know, and so I think the SPY is down on the last year, and so I think extension is not on the side of the shorts. Number one. Number two, I think that we have to understand that like the market's not going to be in a bear market forever, as well as the fact that generally long-term stocks go up. The S&P 500 does on average 8 to 12% a year. And again, I think a lot of bears have some really big short positions that are influencing their bias. So they're just telling everybody the market's going to crash. You got some big influencers telling everybody the market's going to go to zero because everybody wants to be Michael Burry. But the reality of it is the market's already been dropping for the last year, as opposed to like 2008 when the market mostly went up leading into it. And so, you know, it's just one of those things like we might crash. I'm not saying we're not going to. To be honest, I have no idea whether we're going to or not. But a crash doesn't have to happen. You know, I've had people have been discouraging buys over the last 4 or 5 months as the market has ripped up big percentages and gone from 350 all the way to 410s, basically, you know. And so in the end, at a certain point, I think the bears have to just be like, yo, we were wrong about the last 4 months. And maybe we correct back down some, and they can say maybe that's going to happen. But I don't think telling everybody that some big looming crash is going to happen. I'll put it this way. I've had people tell me that we're going to crash every day for the last year straight. Really, I've heard stock market crash every day for the last 6 years, basically. And again, I just don't know if that's what we're going to get. It might be, but acting like it's a sure thing is just not accurate. You know, like one of the biggest edges that you get in the market is that long-term stocks go up generally. Blue chip healthy companies go up, that is. Not all stocks. Penny stocks, mid caps fail. But if you pick the right blue chips, they go up long-term. And I think that's the biggest edge you have in the market over anything else, over any technical pattern, over any fundamentals outside of, you know, low PE companies. No, I don't have a cold. What if they raised 100 basis points? The market would crash. I don't think that's going to happen, but the market would crash, basically. Everyone talking about pivots, but what's the likelihood of Powell pivoting from 25 to 50 as a surprise? I think that's pretty high, actually. I don't know if it's above 50%, but I think we should have done 50 right now, regardless. I thought putting it at 25 was a little bit too low of expectations, or too high, depending on how you look at it. But I didn't think we should do 25 at all. I thought we should do 50. I thought that, considering what JP said during the last press conference for rate hike decision, he said basically that, you know, he didn't want to cause a crash and play cleanup afterwards, so he's not going to do super aggressive rate hikes, but he did want to sustain the rate hikes for the indefinite future to combat inflation without causing a market crash, basically, is what he said during the last rate hike decision. And so with that in mind, I thought he should do 50. I thought he would do 50. I thought 50 was, up until 3 weeks ago, I thought 50 was what was expected. So I'm honestly still kind of surprised they're going with 25. But hey, it's all good. You know, whatever. We'll see what happens now. Hey, what's up, Steve? %, 50 basis points. No, I think like I said, I think chances are we're going to do 25. And the reason I think we're going to do 25 is because usually they're correct about the rate hike decision. Like usually the analysts are right. I don't know why they're right, but they know something more than I do. So usually the analysts are right. And so if they think 25, I'm going to go with 25. But, I think it might be the wrong decision. But, hey, like I said, all good. 25 is better than 50, I guess. But the question I have is long-term inflation problems and what does that look like? Not necessarily, Mo. So Mo said, John, so basically if the Fed rate hike comes in at 25 basis points, would we get a pump into the markets? Not necessarily. It's not like it's a given. 25 would be as expected. And so technically we'd get, theoretically we'd get a neutral reaction. But that's never the case. Usually we're swinging to one side, especially from these rate hike decisions, even if we're choppy at first. But 25 would be as expected. So it'd be neutral. We do 50, we're going to be worse than expected. We do 0, we're going to be better than expected, Yeah, for sure, Mo. 50, we're going to drop probably. Yeah, no problem, Mo. Thanks for being here, man. Always expect the unexpected as traders. The only thing we can do is keep them fingers on, and hope to be on the right side. Yeah, for sure, 100%. Like I said, I'm not. Usually the rate hikes are correct. Like usually the expectation numbers for rate hikes are correct. If it's not correct, there's a big brash reaction to whatever side that they fell on. But usually they're correct. Again, what's going to matter the most is Jerome Powell and what he says during the actual press conference. And again, we'll stream the entire thing. We'll stream it all live right here. Yes, correct, Mo. They are going to be checking that speech, watching that speech, and letting that speech influence everything for sure. What's the crash signal been? I think I agree with what somebody said. I think if we are going to get a crash, it's going to be today. It's going to be today or tomorrow. The next couple of days are going to be biggest market influences over, the next couple of months. CPI next month is on the 14th, or CPI is in a couple of weeks. But if we're going to get a crash, it's going to be today based off of what Jerome Powell says. Yeah, MSGM went absolutely ridiculous, bro. Here's MSGM right here. Crazy move, man. This thing's gone from like $250s all the way to $42 in a day or two. So crazy moves. Yeah, for sure. Laugh out loud. I agree with you there, man. Again, the biggest edge of the market. Don't get listen, guys. I've been trading for 6+ years, and I've been trading for 6+ years, but I've been watching the market every day for over 6 years now. All right. One of the things that I've seen is that, and I'm sure people have more experience than me, that's fine, but one of the things that I understand at the market is that the biggest edge that you have in the stock market, like regardless of day trading or anything, right? The biggest edge that you're going to have is long-term stocks are usually going to go up. And I mean, over like a 10-year period, you got a pretty safe bet that the market's going to go up. If you find objective value buy spots and you sit, chances are you're going to make money if you're buying blue chip healthy companies. You know, don't get stuck chasing rainbows, man. Don't get stuck chasing nonsense, looking for big wins, because that is very difficult to predict and very difficult to find. Most of the time, you're going to lose money. You know, even when you do make money, a lot of it's going to be based around luck more so than actual skill. You know, but don't tell the people that make the money. The people that make the money desperately want to believe it's skill. Most of the time, it's luck. So most of the time it's luck. And the easiest money that you make, Warren Buffett value investing. You research low PE healthy companies. You wait for big pullbacks, big dips, and objective value. You buy those. You sit on them for 5 years plus. Easiest money in the market. You're almost, if you diversify well enough into healthy blue chip companies, you are almost guaranteed to make money doing that. But everybody wants to day trade, and everybody wants to, you know, trade Forex and, you know, buy option contracts and do all this stuff where it's like, look, that's fine. The easiest money to make is doing what I just said, and I mean that's a proven system time and time again. Hey, thank you, Mo. Top line channel, thanks, brother John. Great community. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate you, bro. What's up, Edwin? But yeah, thank you so much, man. I appreciate the $5, brother. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the donations, man. Average earnings beat is 75% this year. We are 62% in a booming market. Yeah, but that might be seen as a good thing, Alaman, because of inflation problems, right? A lot of people were saying that might be seen as a positive thing because of inflationary problems. So, you know. Hey, what's up, Dylan? Hey, thank you, man. What's the time of the rate result? The rate hike comes out at 2 p.m. today. You don't have to say it 30 times, though, brother. I'll let it slide, but you don't have to say it 30 times, bro. Yeah, I don't know if the bear market's over, Rashad. Hey, thank you, Lily. Lily's grandma. Shout out to Gma over here. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's great. That's $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We all love grandmas here, you know. Day trading provides liquidity to market. Yeah, for sure it does. And that's for sure true. But here's the reality of it, right? And listen, I day trade. If you day trade, I recommend do it in like a funded account program. You know, funded account program's cheap. If you lose, it's not the end of the world. You're not putting up thousands of dollars, risking thousands of dollars in these funded programs. You know, you're only putting up $150 or $140 or whatever it is. That's what you should do if you're learning. Here's the reality of it, though. All right, like a lot of people want to day trade. Hey, thank you, Bander. I gotta look up these foreign currencies. Hey, thank you so much, man. Hey, that's $14. Thank you so much. That is a Saudi rial. Hey, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, Bander, my guy. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. But yeah, so man, we're getting a bunch of donations coming through today. Thank you guys so much, man. I appreciate it. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so okay, think about it this way, right? So if it takes you 3 to 5 years to really learn how to day trade successfully, right? You're gonna have a better time taking that money and sticking it in blue chip healthy companies, diversifying and sticking it in blue chip healthy companies. You're gonna have a much better result doing that. A lot of people are going to learn to day trade, lose, and then give up. Or a lot of people are going to spend years learning, still not be able to do it, lose, give up, and all the money's going to be wasted. Where, again, if you just took the time, you stuck it into blue chip healthy companies, and you sat, you know, you're going to make tons of money most of the time. So, you know, you got to ask yourself, what kind of trader do you want to be? Again, in the end, everybody wants to day trade, and I get it. Everybody wants to day trade. But again, the real problem falls in most people not being able to day trade successfully. I have bullish position in the in what? What's your view on it, please? What is that, Carolite? $420. Hey, what's up? Timer on the board, please. Yeah, I got you. We got a lot of time here, though. We got a lot of time before this starts. We got some stuff coming out today, though. So like, we've got. Let me see what time it is right now, man. It is about 6:45. So realistically, 6:45. We've got like 7 hours. We got 7 hours and 13 minutes. So we'll put 7 hours. I think yeah, we got like 7 hours and 13 minutes. Put that up at the top of the screen so you guys can watch it. But yeah, that's the time right now. If Feds do 50 basis points, yeah, man. I mean, like I said, bro, 50. I thought they should have done 50, to be honest here. I'm surprised they're not doing 50. I'm surprised the expectations are not for 50, in all honesty here. I'm very surprised. Again, judging by what Jerome Powell said, I'm very surprised that, it's not a 50 basis point rate hike expectation. But hey, like I said, they know something I don't. It's all good. Yeah, Tesla was super cheap, man, for sure. Again, I understand people not wanting to invest in Tesla, though. I think when you're acting up on social media like Elon, and again, I'm not really against Elon. I'm pretty neutral in all honesty here. Like, it doesn't, like, Elon can do whatever he wants to do. But I think selling things to consumers and acting like that on social media is just going to hurt your company, But maybe I was wrong. Tesla ripped back up. I don't know. Yeah, MSGM here, man. Absolutely ridiculous move. Up to 42s. Do you think Snap might have a rebound? I bought the dip on Snapchat. I bought it at like $9.99. So, I mean, I hope so, but like, started trading a year ago, won big money at first, then lost most of it and more. Many times I thought of quitting, but I'm stuck with it in my second year now. 3-month winning streak, never give up. Yeah, for sure. Tesla's, yeah, we'll see. So again, MSG, I'm up to 42s. 25 basis points, please. I think 25 is pretty likely, you know. All right, guys. But yeah, MSGM just flying up today, man. Crazy move here, to be honest. SPY still over 405. Still looking pretty solid. Most YouTubers are bearish. Yeah, everybody wants to be Michael Burry. Yeah. You know? Hmm. Yeah, Kramer, man, with the Kramer curse. That dude is just unlucky, man. All right, MSGM at 42.50. So, man, I might buy the dip. I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. But it depends. MSGM is just a ridiculous short squeeze. Still pumping up here. Again, we got the SPY of 405s. $5.50 from yesterday. Hey, what's up, Richard? Super low float. Yeah, the float's like $500,000. It's very, very, very small. So yeah, the float's very small. It's like $500,000. I'm not sure what the heck is going on with that one, but it's going crazy. It's not really a short squeeze from my understanding either here, man. If I look at the float, MSGM has a float size of about 500 million. The short float's only about 8 to 12%. So it's not like super high or anything like that. You know, it's not like ridiculously high. Hey, you too, Richard. Thanks, man. All right, 46 for MSGM, 46. You get 46 for MSGM. What a crazy move. All right, guys. MSGM up to 46.5s. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm a bear in some ways too, but what like, I think the best bang for your buck when you're shorting stuff is mid caps here. Like Peloton, terrible company. They're selling freaking virtual reality rowing machines. I've been saying this for years, to be honest. And since I've been saying this, Peloton has dropped down from $40 all the way to $12.90s here. You know, again, they sell virtual reality rowing machines. Beyond Meat, BYND, a terrible fake meat company that just doesn't have a big of a market share as they want, as I said, has dropped from $68 to $16 here. So just very weak on that front. Also, so yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But I think if you're gonna short stuff, mid caps are what you short. You know, you short mid caps. Mid caps are just the most profitable things to short, to be honest here, and they've been what's most profitable for me. No, I'm not going to short a blue chip like Apple or Disney especially not the S&P 500. Again, there's too much risk. Long term, those go up generally, and so it's like I'm just not going to short those. But you know, maybe you can make some money short term on the downside. I mean, I'm not saying you can't do that. 7 hours, yeah. All right, guys. MSGM's going absolutely crazy here, to be honest. MSGM popped all the way up. Big numbers here. Again, we got Apple. The SPY has been in a broad trend here. Here's the SPY's broader trend here. I think it's been very obvious. If you look at like a 10-day chart, you can see it pretty clearly. We talked about this yesterday, and we ended up bouncing like right at this. So, I mean... We're up to 405.20s. John, I really want a stock recommendation, but I know you're going to say I'm not financial advice, but I really will take full responsibility of my purchases. I have 10K and want to buy a stock. I mean, I know, brother, and while I appreciate the vote of confidence you have in me, man, you know, like I said, if I had number one, I'm gonna tell it like this: it depends on how long you plan on holding it. If you plan on holding it for years and you're okay with that, then, bro, you know, I'm waiting for the rate hike decision to find some value. The latest stock I bought was Snapchat, and again, it's a very speculative play. There's a chance that Snapchat just dumps down, but I think Snapchat at the 9s. Looks cheap. It's got 250 million daily active users. Snapchat Plus is making money finally. But again, it's high risk, high reward. This thing could just go against me. So I bought a very small amount of shares. And so I certainly wouldn't put all my 10K in there. I wouldn't buy Snapchat. But what I'm doing right now for my swing trades is I'm waiting for the rate hike decision to happen, and then I am hopefully, if we drop big, I'm going to buy discounts. If we end up ripping up big, I'll probably just wait some more. Swing trading and buying stuff is all a waiting game. There's a very famous quote. I can't remember who said it. I think it was maybe I can't remember who said it, but it basically goes something like, money is not made in trading. Money is made in waiting. And it's very true. It's 100% accurate. With trading like I'm doing, it's mostly about waiting, So I certainly don't want to tell you what to buy, I guess is my point, Hey, what's up, Raphael? Yeah, you and Ben, just don't be rude to other people, man. I mean, I'll put it this way, guys. For everybody here, the more insulting and disrespectful you are to somebody else about their own positions, the more I just assume that you're insecure about y'all's own positions. You know what I mean? So, like, the more you're super insulting and personal with somebody else about how they view stocks, the more insecure I'm going to view you as about your own positions. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know what Peloton did. I'm not really watching it. But again, if I'm going to short something, it's going to be mid caps that I think are overpriced. If I'm going to long something, it's going to be blue chips that following big emotional drops. And maybe earnings season's the right time. Usually when I buy up stuff, it's during earnings season. Like the last time I bought up a stock, it was Amazon. And I ended up buying it up and making profit very quickly on it. If you look at Amazon here, Amazon reported earnings a while back. I can't remember what it was. It might have been in here, right? So Amazon reported earnings. Maybe it was back in October. And they dropped like 20% plus on this earnings report. Like 20%. They dropped. Just huge drop from relatively neutral earnings. Like they weren't terrible. They were slightly down, but they weren't horrible earnings. And so when they dropped 20%, I was like, okay, I'm buying this dip. So when they dropped like that from earnings, I was like, okay, I'm buying this dip. And sure enough, we bounced back like 10% within 24 hours. And I made a good amount of money on the swing trade. And so usually what I'm looking to buy, Mo, and for anybody else, if y'all want to like look at my trading strategies, I'm looking for big emotional drops in healthy companies. Usually the healthy companies are going to come back eventually. When they drop big percentages, specifically, I know Amazon's not the lowest PE company in the world. I know it's got a relatively high PE ratio, but usually I'm looking for low PE ratios as well. But it depends on how big the drop is. If the drop is just absolutely huge, like Amazon's was, then I'm a little bit more likely to buy it because I see value there, and then just riding it back. So I look for emotional, moves and I look for big edge and emotion. And price action, if that makes sense. Yeah, y'all just block each other and just don't talk to each other. It's probably the best move here. What are y'all talking about? The thing from Russia? All right, guys, but yeah, Amazon. Taking a peek at this. Non-farm payroll data is just data regarding like payroll numbers and stuff. Non-farm payroll data is just payrolls regarding data and stuff. Yeah. No, non-farm data is payroll numbers, which are relevant for the economy and stuff. Is really what it is. It's just payroll data, basically. So it's influential regarding inflation pressures and problems and stuff like that. Is really what it is. Yeah, I got one share of MGSM or MGMM or whatever the heck it is, man. I got one share. Clock frozen? Oh, my bad, guys. Man, I didn't even do the clock right. It's my bad. Yeah, we got like 6 hours now. Bro. Okay, I'm just going to get rid of this clock because it's all sketchy and weird. Jose, my guy, morning, homie. My daughter now playing for ECU. Do you think MGAM will go as high as MSGM? Phew, bro, I really don't know, man. I know it's chaos right now. I know it's absolutely chaos. But how high it's gonna go, I really don't know. But thank you so much, man. That's an absolutely huge donation, brother. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know how high it's gonna go. Like I said, man, I really don't know. But yeah, thank you so much, man. MGAM, I think it's got a lot of eyes on it right now for sure. And so the eyes on MGAM are there for sure right now. Now, how high it goes, I really don't know. I think there's a lot of hype. I think it also has the chance of crashing down big on everybody. In all honesty, I think it's got the chance of crashing down big on everybody. And so I think that's something that people need to be very careful of. Very careful of. But maybe it rips up. Yeah, no, I appreciate you, Jose. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the donation, brother. And again, I'm not, you guys know me. I mean, again, I got to be real. I appreciate the $20, dude. I genuinely appreciate it. That's an amazing donation, man. Thank you so much. But again, just understand, I'm not really a big penny stock trader, brother. I'm not really a big penny stock trader. So I don't really trade pennies like that a ton. Yeah, I just don't really get involved with them because, again, they're just not really my style of trades. I'm not saying you can't make money with them, but just for me personally, they're just not really what I trade most of the time. Now, the big risk, big reward with stuff like this. Then again, maybe I'll buy one share of it just to play around with it. I'll buy one share just to play along with everybody. Okay, what does that give me that error message? All right, there we go. We are in one share of MSGM here just to play around with everybody. One share. We'll see if it keeps it up. Again, today is the Fed rate hike day. But yeah, thanks again for that $20 donation. Up to 53s right now. Yeah, it's still ripping up. Again, I bought one share. If it gets to 100 or 200 or whatever it is, then we'll make money. That's how I have to look at it, I think. All right, guys, remember, we got non-farm payroll data coming out at 8:30 today. Not non-farm payroll. It's actually non-farm. Yeah, it's non-farm data. But it's not payroll data. It's non-farm. Let me see what it is. It is specifically, we got a lot of stuff, man. We got a JOLTS job. We got manufacturing PMI. We got just a lot of stuff coming out today, man. Yeah, today we have, where is it? There it is. We got non-farm employment change data. So this data is relevant for like inflation and jobs. The ADP National Employment Report is a measure of the monthly change in non-farm private employment based on payroll data of about 400,000 business clients. The release is always 2 days. So this release is always 2 days ahead of non-farm payroll data, as well as we have unemployment numbers dropping Friday. So again, I'm going to go through the list of everything we got going on today. It's a big list. All right, so I'm going to go through this list so you guys can kind of see what we're looking at for everything. It's a big list. We got MSGM at 55.40. So basically everything we got going on today, right? So this morning we had European CPI, which came in lower than expected, right? It came in less than expected. It came in at 8.5 versus 9% and minus 0.4% on the month versus minus 0.3%. So it came in lower than expected for inflationary data for Europe. Following that, we have the ADP non-farm employment change, which again, it measures job reports and changes in payroll data in about 400,000 businesses. Very relevant data, and this always precedes this always precedes non-farm payroll data on Friday. So Friday we have non-farm data. Friday we have non-farm data, and so we have that preceding report this morning, which will be relevant. And that's at 8:15. So that's in only about an hour. In about an hour, that data drops. Following that, we also have construction spending, ISM manufacturing employment. The big one after that is ISM manufacturing PMI for January. It's set to drop at 10 o'clock. Expectations for that are for 48. And this is PMI, right? So over 50 is expanding manufacturing sector. Below 50 is contracting manufacturing sector. And with that, man, look at MSGM ripping up big, man. I'm glad about that one share. And so again, we got manufacturing PMI at 10 o'clock. We also have the JOLTS job openings at 10. So JOLTS job openings, manufacturing PMI at 10. We got crude oil inventories at 10:30. At 2 o'clock, we got the Fed rate hike decision. So the actual decision is going to be announced at 2:30. And then we are at 2 o'clock, and then we actually have the press conference related to that decision at 2:30 today. And then following that, we're going to have Meta earnings at 4 p.m. So Meta drops their earnings, and we're going to stream all of this. We're going to cover all of this data that we just posted. All of this data comes out. We're going to cover all of it. Very relevant data, all of it. Big day for market activity. And then tomorrow, we've got jobless claims and a few other things here. Let me look going into tomorrow. Tomorrow, we got jobless claims, non-farm productivity. We got the ECB press conference. We have, let me see what else we got. We've got challenger job cuts tomorrow, manufacturing PMI for tomorrow for another country. We got the Bank of England rate hike decision tomorrow. We got durable good orders tomorrow as well. And then tomorrow afternoon, we have Google, Amazon, Apple earnings, which are huge influences over markets. Again, you got to think about it like what moves markets. The S&P 500 is made up of the 500 largest companies in the world. Apple is the largest company in the S&P 500. So Apple is the largest company in the S&P, and they drop earnings tomorrow as well, which are all very relevant. And then Friday, we have payroll data. We've got non-farm payrolls. We got unemployment data coming out at 8:30. So Friday, we've got payroll data, non-farm payrolls, unemployment rate numbers dropping as well. And so Friday's a big day too. Non-manufacturing PMI Friday as well. And that's obviously relevant too. And then next week, we got even more stuff here. So the next couple days are huge influences over markets. MSGM still pumping up here, guys. Still pumping up. And I'm glad we bought that one share. Countdown timer, I got you here. Countdown timer for what? We got a lot of stuff here, man. So what do you want to count down, bro? We got a lot of options. I'm assuming you mean you want the rate hike decision countdown timer. I got you, bro. Here you go. All right, so rate hike decision drops. Can I set this? I just want to edit the time here, man. They need to do a better job at letting me edit this thing, bro. Got a timer in this thing. Okay, that's an easier way to do it. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and mess with this. Bro, what is up with this timer? All right, we want a timer. We're going to trash this one. We're going to trash that one. Trash all these old ones. Add a new one. All right. All right, so we're going to set this. So right now it's 7:20. All right, so we got about 6 hours and 40 minutes until the data comes out. We're just going to set it like that. And then boom, we got the timer there. There you go. Timer, top left. Yeah, 6 hours, 40 minutes. Yeah, Jimmy, we had the same. Yeah, that's basically what we said. Do you think buying stocks now is a good decision? No, I think it's a terrible decision, to be honest here. I think I think we have no idea what market's going to do during this rate hike decision. And so I think because of that, buying up big positions now is just a gamble. I mean, I'm not saying you won't make money with it. So like if you wanted to take a short position and the market crashes, don't get mad at me. But I think it's risky. And I think that, I don't think there's much edge long term. And in poker terms, I'm a poker player. You know, in poker terms, it's not a plus EV play. It's not a plus long term. It's not a long term profitable play, is what I mean by that. Like, you're not going to make money. EV stands for expected value. Like, you're not going to make money long term taking huge positions ahead of the rate hike decisions. It's just a coin flip. It's a gamble. You know. How you doing on your 40 shares of Snap? Pretty break even. I'm down $5. Mortal Kombat, this song, man. But yeah, look at MSGM. We got one share here, guys. You love to see it. MSGM flying up to 77s, basically, almost 80. All right, almost $80 here for MSGM. I'm starting to use TopCon today. Use your link. Hey, thank you so much, John. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, man. Man, look at MSGM up to over 80s, bro. I bought one share. Hey, you love to see it. I'm happy for this. Job opening data. Yeah, so the job opening data comes out in about an hour, a little bit less than an hour here. So a little bit less than an hour for job data. What is MSGM and why the pop? You bought into selling pressure? Yes. Yes, I did. Because, I mean, again, you guys got to understand something. Like, for whatever reason, individual stocks have, like, fans. Like, they have, like, fanboys of the specific stocks, and then they just build haters. Snapchat, for whatever reason, just has a large amount of haters on it. And again, to put this into perspective, right? Just to put this into perspective, I bought Disney down here. I'm going to pull a daily chart up. I bought Disney around these levels here. I started buying up Disney. When I did so many people came out the woodwork talking smack about those positions. And then when we bounced back up, crickets, silence. Nobody even wanted to talk about Disney. Nobody wanted to say a thing about it. They all talked all this smack and called me a clown and all this stuff. And then afterwards, it was just kind of crickets because, again, there's objective value in some of these stocks. I did this the last time Snapchat dipped, right? The last time Snapchat had a big earnings drop, I bought it up just to show you the chart here. The last time Snap had a big earnings drop, I bought it up at the high 7s, low 8s. So I bought Snapchat around here last time, and I had people call me super insulting names, man. They called me an idiot. They called me all this stuff on Twitter. They just got super personal and you know, emotional about it. And then, of course, Snapchat ended up ripping up over the next couple weeks all the way up to $12 a share. And again, what do you hear afterwards? You hear crickets. You hear silence. You hear, you know, nobody can really say anything at that point in time. And so something that I've learned over time, I did this the same thing. If you want me to keep giving examples here, I did this with Google. Again, I did this with Google. When Google was down at, $80 to $90 down here, even right here, maybe. I don't think it was right here. I think it was actually this latest run. I think when I did it, it was right here. So when Google was down at these spots, again, I bought it up and wrote it up, and same thing. You get people talking smack. There was less smack talk about Google, I think. But still, I had some smack talk about it. And so in the end, again, something I've learned is like, look, I look for objective value. You might dislike a stock, you might dislike a company. None of that matters. I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing because it makes me money, and that's okay. We could disagree, but the reality of most of these blue chips is that I'm willing to hold them long term. Snapchat, I'm definitely not. But again, to put it into perspective, I bought 10 shares of Snapchat, like 10 shares, so or 40 shares. I'm sorry, I'm down $6 in Snapchat, so it's just a small position. If Snapchat ends up ripping back up 50%, then I'm going to make a little bit of money, and that's great. If it ends up falling down, it's not the end of the world. And again, diversification is what I try to do with these. And in the end, what I would tell people is like, look, you could be short biased. That's fine. That's fine. Just don't get mad at anybody else if they're bullish. And same thing for bulls. Listen, you can be bullish. Just don't get mad if somebody else is short biased. That's okay. As long as the shorts don't try to make fun of you or talk smack or insult you, as long as the bulls don't try to insult you, talk smack, make fun of you or whatever it is, then it's all love here, man. We can agree to disagree. And that's the nature of the stock market as a whole. But if you call me a clown for buying something and then that stock goes up 20+% over a couple week period and you're wildly wrong, you better believe I'm going to bring that up a few times a week for the next couple weeks. So, if you're going to call names, you better be ready for me to make fun of you once it's proven that I was right, which it has, There are long-term stocks and there are short-term stocks. Stocks go up and stocks go down or sideways. No one can break the market 100%. That's my take. Hey, what's up, Chris? Morning, John. Why is that still thing popping? I don't know, man, because it's down so much is probably what I'm going to guess it is, right? So when you look at PTON, and I've been a big PTON bear. Speaking of something I'm bearish in, I've been a big PTON bear. This thing has gotten destroyed over the last year, man. So like in the end, it is what it is, and in the end, it is what it is, man. I don't need to talk super big about Peloton's weakness here. I just don't think it's necessary. I think that most of the time, these mid caps, I think when I look at Peloton, I just see a huge money pit. And why do I think that? It's pretty simple. Peloton creates virtual reality rowing machines for thousands of dollars. Like, I don't think they have that much interest for that type of stuff. I just don't. I don't think the interest of those of that is super high here. I just think that there's big risk in investing in something like that because the margins are not great. They're selling, it's just a hard sell. Like, what's next? The virtual reality toothbrush? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, the business model doesn't make sense. Like, I think the people who care about a virtual reality rowing machine are only a very small percentage of people. And so I think over time, I think Peloton was a pandemic play that got big during the pandemic. And after the pandemic, they just kind of faded. And now they've got a bunch of traders who are holding it stuck from $40 plus, kind of bag holding, hoping it goes up. And maybe it does, but I just don't think they're making money like that. And I don't think that they have the interest. And I don't think if I was Peloton, I've talked about it before, but if I was Peloton, I would raise the prices of the subscription model. I would raise the subscription model and lower the price of the actual bicycles. The other problem is, like, look, people might not have wanted to left the house, but you could get an actual bicycle for less than the virtual reality bicycle. Like, bro, like, why don't people just go get an actual bicycle and ride the bike? Why stay strapped to a VR bicycle? It doesn't make sense to me. And so I think over time, that's going to become more and more obvious and self-evident. And so I think people are just going to stop using it as much. But maybe I'm wrong. Again, I've been saying this since $40 on Peloton. And you know, we've been right so far, but I'm not really shorting it either. I wish I would have. All right, we've got the Q here. So Tesla is up to 176 here. Still rip it up. Still very bullish on the day. Trending, leading the market. The market's down. Good morning. The Big Short was a good movie. Yeah, great stock market movie for sure. Yeah, nobody uses the rowing machines at the gym. Can't you compete with other players online in games and performance is gauged by real life performance? Seems like it should make strides down the line in the era of VR, but I don't know. Zero research here. Yeah, I don't know, man. Dude, if you lived in a country that has snow 5 months out the year, you might want to use a Peloton. Sure, Luisi, that's true. But that's not a large percentage of people, you know? Like, that's just not a large percentage of people here. You know, they're not going to have the consumer base that they really need that are interested in buying that, you know? So you take the amount of people that live in a country like that, right? And then you take the amount of people that still would spend thousands of dollars on a virtual reality bicycle, right? And then that percentage shrinks even more. And so in the end, I think objectively, you know, it's risky. Lumber data, bro. No, I didn't see that yet. There we go. Manufacturing, PMI, ADP, non-farm employment change in 42 minutes. Where's lumber data? I didn't see any of the lumber data. Let me look. I'm gonna exit out of here. And again, maybe I'm wrong about Peloton. I just think there's risks. When I bet on things, I want them to be sure things, and I just don't think Peloton's a sure thing at all, you know. All right, guys, Tesla up to 176.50. So Tesla flying up here. I'm going to put 3 charts up, maybe put the dollar index up here as well. I think I need to put MSGM up here just based off of the craziness it's been doing here. It's a key metric the Fed uses to gauge inflation as well. 40% is not great for inflation. Lumber prices? Yeah. Hey, what's up, dude? I'm doing good, man. Hey, what's up, Paul? Yeah, I use Thinkorswim and Quant Tower for futures. Hey, John, is Snap a good swing from here? I don't know. I really have no idea. You know, like I said, y'all are never going to hear me say yes to that question. Just to put it into perspective, I'm never going to be like, yeah, man, it's great. I'm never going to be that way. Too much liability. I don't like giving stock picks. I avoid them at all costs. I would rather just say I don't know. You know. This counts out to the actual rate hike decision. It's a big day, man. It's a big day in stock market. We got a lot of stuff. This is probably the biggest week we've ever had that I've covered the economical data. Biggest week we ever had in terms of echo data here for sure. Again, we've got a lot of big earnings. Yesterday we had AMD. Today we have, what earnings do we have today? I'm sure we had some, right? Let me see. Did I miss some earnings? I might have. Yeah, today we had T-Mobile, Peloton. Peloton missed on EPS. They expected a 67-cent loss per share. They showed 98-cent loss per share. So again, I'm not going to say I was right. I didn't even look at this data while I've been talking about Peloton. I didn't even look at this. I didn't even need to. T-Mobile dropped their data too. Here's T-Mobile. They're down. Peloton. How is Peloton up on this? I guess they had better than expected sales revenue, but they're less profitable than expected here. Just to put this into perspective, right? EPS is profitability. It's a gauge on how profitable a company is, right? Their earnings per share is basically how profitable are you? Sales or revenue is just as the name suggests, is how much money they're bringing in, right? Now they're correlated, but basically Peloton brought in more money, but was less profitable from it. They bought in more money, but were less profitable from it, right? So they bought in almost 800 million versus 709 million expectations, but they were less profitable from it. They showed 98-cent loss per share on they showed 98-cent loss per share on versus 67-cent loss per share estimates. And so they were way lower than expected. In terms of, or they lost more money. They were much less profitable than expected. You know, they were more of a losing company than expected. And so the fact that Peloton went up is very surprising, in all honesty. But hey, you know, it is what it is. Who am I to judge? And I think probably the reason Peloton went up is because it's down so much, man. You know, it started the year off almost at $40. It dropped all the way down to $6. You know, $6.66. That's a bad omen right there. But yeah, Peloton's just a struggle. All companies have higher revenue, less profit due to inflation. Yeah, and I guess that makes sense. So the FOMC press conference is at 2:30, but the actual rate hike decision is going to be at 2. You think the market will fly down after the Fed meeting? Ooh, I don't know, man. John, I don't know how you keep going. Good for you to keep the show going. You are an alpha man that gives us so much info. Hey, thanks, Steve. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, sir. Snap dropped their earnings is what happened for Snap. So Snap dropped earnings yesterday. So Snap dropped earnings. If we look at their actual earnings report, Snap posted, let me see. So yeah, Snap dropped, bro. It's not going to let me look back. Okay, so Snap posted, sorry guys, for whatever reason I'm having trouble here. I'm just going to look this up on another platform. Hold on one second. Snap posted a fourth quarter loss per share of 18 cents. Yeah, so Snap posted a fourth quarter loss per share of 18 cents, revenue of 1.3 billion, a fourth quarter loss of 288.5 million, but their adjusted EPS was 14 cents. So Snap actually posted a profit. Snap actually posted a profit, which is good, you know. So Snap posted a profit of 14 cents per share. Snapchat Plus made about $2 million. And so Snap dropped big percentages. Snap just dropped 15% after their earnings report, which is one of the reasons I bought it up. I bought it up because I bought Snapchat up because they dropped big. Snapchat Plus is starting to make money. They dropped over 15%. They had a positive EPS for the first time since 2017, I believe. And all of those can be good signs. And I mean, listen, if it goes against me, that's fine. It's not the end of the world here, you know. So if it goes against me, fine. Not the end of the world. Again, hopefully we get some better movement here, but if not, it's all good. It's a very small trade, but very small risk. Everybody betting a market crash after the Fed. That's why I think it won't happen. Maybe. Why do people buy shares in BBB? Why? Well, there's a few reasons for it, to be honest. One of the reasons is they're looking for some big, crazy, parabolic short squeeze. The other reason there is because sometimes you'll get objective value from big pullbacks. Like, I remember buying Hertz Auto after they filed Chapter 11. Chapter 11 is reorganizational, which means that, like, they're not going out of business. They're just reorganizing the company to be better suited, for the future. Not a good thing, obviously. No bankruptcy news is good, but sometimes bankruptcy news will just absolutely tank stocks where you'll have cheap objective value that you can buy. Not always, and sometimes they just get delisted and go to pink sheets. But again, I can remember doing it with Hertz. I remember buying Hertz back when Hertz filed Chapter 11 years ago. They dropped down to like $2 a share. I remember buying them and they went up to $4 within 3 or 4 hours. I made 100% on the trade very quickly from it. So you can get extension on the downside. I don't really recommend it. I think there's obvious risks in doing so. But sometimes, like, it's all based on the trader. Thanks for doing these streams. I have no one to talk to or trade with. Hey, all good, man. Happy to have you guys here for sure. Gracias on Snap News. Hey, de nada, mi amigo. Everyone betting a market crash coming after the Fed. That's why it won't happen. Wake up, smell the air. The bull market is back. Don't miss out. Hey, maybe, man. Again, we'll see what happens after tonight. That's what's going to matter the most. We'll see. Yeah, for sure. Delta Airlines filed bankruptcy many years ago. Yeah, for sure. Like I said, you're going to get some opportunities in cheap stocks doing so. Again, sometimes they're just going to fail on you, though. But, sometimes you get some value. Yeah, what I'll tell everybody, listen, you got a lot of people screaming market crash, all the bulls are fools and all this stuff, and then you got a lot of people saying the bull market is back. I'm not really siding with either one of them, to be honest here. I don't really side with either one of them. I understand that, like, the risk is high in betting on either of those two things. We don't know what we get. We might get sideways action. Both of them might be wrong here. And so just don't be too influenced by other people. And maybe they're right. Maybe we crash. Maybe the bull market is back. But just don't be too influenced by people, Like I said, here's the SPY over like a 90-day period, right? So the SPY, let's do a 180-day chart. It's probably a better look at it. So here's the SPY over a 180-day chart, right? So here's a 180-day chart on the SPY. Throughout this entire bull run here, throughout this entire bull run back up, I had people say, oh, the crash is coming next week here. They say, oh, the crash is coming next month here. They say, oh, the crash is about to be here. They say, oh, the crash is coming. Watch out here. They say, oh, the stock market's going to zero here. And so at a certain point, people are just trying to be Michael Burry. And like nobody is except for Michael Burry. And even he's been wrong about a lot of stuff too. So we'll see. Just don't let other people influence you too much. Michael Burry has been wrong more than that, yeah. Like I said, man, listen, I think Michael Burry's a smart dude. But I think a lot of people have been hating on Bitcoin since its inception. I think Bitcoin has been one of the best performing assets of the decade, or the last couple of decades. And I think it's an obvious thing. And I think a lot of them make fun of Bitcoin for pulling back now when it hit like 15, 20K. But I think even at 15,000, it's still one of the best performing assets of the last 20 years. And I think at a certain point, they're just kind of doubling down on what they say. Instead of admitting they were wrong about crypto or Bitcoin, they just kind of double down on it. And so I think at a certain point, everybody's got to admit they're wrong. I think the bears that have been calling for market crashes next week, every week for the last 3-4 months, have to understand that they've been wildly wrong and that the market has pumped up big percentages. Even if we do crash now, we'll still probably be above where we were when they started saying that. Tesla, I was wildly wrong about Tesla. I wasn't wrong. I never shorted Tesla. I never told people to short it. I just told people I thought the position was too vulnerable for me to buy it. And it looks like I was wrong because Tesla ripped up like 70+% over the last couple weeks. So I was certainly wrong about that one. Dollar index has been breaking down this morning, which is great. 30 minutes before the non-farm payroll data comes out. 30 minutes. 30 minutes before the non-farm payroll data. No, I didn't see the Burry tweet. What did he say? Oh, he said sell. That's all he said. All right, guys. Crazy day here. Crazy day. All right, so we're going to do a bull or bear on Twitter here. Let's look at our bull. Do me a favor, hit the like button if you haven't already here, guys. Vote on the poll, bull or bear on Twitter. We got a Twitter poll here. We asked people how much does the Fed raise rates today. 55% think 25 basis points. I think that's probably pretty accurate. You gotta vote on the Twitter poll if you haven't seen it yet. Why do I have the feeling the Fed is going to hit the market without a fake out hike? I'm very skeptical these days. Yeah, it's all good, man. Be skeptical, bro. It's all good, man. I remember we got non-farm data dropping in about this data drops in about 25 minutes or so. 25 minutes. So I'm going to put the timer up. I'm going to put the timer up so we can actually see it. Yeah, do me a favor, hit that sub button, guys, man. We've been growing like crazy, too. We're up to over 98K. Fed is yet to go against expectations. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think 25 basis points is pretty likely. I think if we don't do 20, though, I think the market's going to go ridiculous on the downside. I think we're going to drop big. Tesla will reach 190 today, maybe. 56 billion profit for Exxon. When you trade both futures and normal stocks, do you get to one form for each market? It depends on what you're trading. Hey, what's up, German? Jimmy. Yeah, I'm watching this trend that we have here. Tesla dipping down. We got the dollar index. Again, we did buy one share of MSGM. We bought Snapchat too, but we're pretty break even in Snapchat. Yeah, I think 25 is locked in. The question is whether hawk or bearish Powell. Oof, let's see. All right, guys, we got non-farm data coming out today. Non-farm data dropping this morning. We are going to put this up. All right, 8:15. Got all this stuff here so people can see what we got going on right now. MGAM, yeah, MGAM is going absolutely ridiculous right now, man. Here's MGAM. MGAM is at currently 470s right now. 470s for MGAM. You can use Market Watch. There's a lot of different places you can go to look at the calendar. All right, so we asked people on Twitter. We said, hey, bull or bear? 57% are bearish, 43% are bullish here. SPY dipping down to 405.50s. So let's see if we bounce here. We got some votes on Twitter. Give your boy a follow on Twitter if you haven't already. Here is my Twitter handle. Give your boy a follow, guys. Definitely helps us support us. I'd love to grow my Twitter page here. We might actually all right, guys. So, big data day today. I'm ready. You guys ready? MJM and MGSM. Why we raise rates? We raise rates to discourage spending and to discourage the stock market as a whole. The way the rate hike decisions work, and again, we'll go ahead and explain this since we got somebody talking about it, but basically when inflation, which means prices, are getting too high, when inflation is getting bad and then prices are getting high, what the Fed does is the Fed raises the federal funds rate, which discourages interest rates. When interest rates are discouraged, people spend less. And the whole point of raising rates is to discourage stock market activity, discourage market activity, buys, sells, purchases as a whole. When rates are raised, markets fall and people stop spending as much. When people stop spending as much, in turn, businesses must then lower their prices in order to remain competitive, and thus raising rates lowers prices and combats inflation. The problem is that there's a balancing act with it where it's like the more aggressive they raise rates short term, the more stock market pain we're going to get, because the whole point is to discourage economical growth, because that is what is causing inflation. And so in that regard, they're raising rates aggressively, which is better for inflation long term. And a lot of people argue that the Fed should just kind of rip the Band-Aid off and do a really aggressive period of rate hikes and just kind of play cleanup afterwards. But Jerome Powell actually said during the last Fed meeting that he didn't want to do that, and that he instead wanted to do sustained rate hikes, but not so aggressive as to kind of cause a crash and then have to play cleanup. And so basically that's what's going down right now. The Fed is projecting projected to raise rates 25 basis points, which is a rate hike. It's not as bad as like 75 basis points earlier last year, but it's still somewhat aggressive. I'm surprised they're not doing 50 personally myself. I thought, considering what he said during the last press conference, they would do 50. The reality of it is, though, is that we're almost certain to do 25 basis points. Generally, we go with what's projected. So generally, if they're projecting 25 basis points, we're going to do 25 basis points most likely. And what's going to matter the most from this is what Jerome Powell actually says during the accompanying press conference at 2:30, which we are going to stream fully live right here. So just to give you some perspective, that's kind of what everybody's talking about today, the rate hike decision, all that stuff. That's kind of what's going down today. Also, we are going to throw it in sub-only mode. So if you have not subscribed, go ahead and do so now. We appreciate it. We do have non-farm data in about 15 minutes. SPY bouncing up a little bit. We got non-farm data, which is, again, relevant to the way it works is we get non-farm job data coming out. That always precedes the actual non-farm payroll data, which comes out on Friday, right? So today we've got non-farm employment change, which again comes out 2 days before non-farm payrolls, which is on Friday. So we got that coming out in about 15 minutes. It will move markets some, at least. So it will move markets some. Yeah, so market's popping up almost to 406. Well, yeah, a rate hike just means they're raising interest rates, man. You know, like they're raising interest rates, which again, the whole point of that is to discourage spending. When interest rate on your house, on your car is higher, you're going to have less money to buy other stuff with, right? So in turn, you're going to have to spend less, which in turn makes businesses lower prices, which in turn combats inflation. You know, that's what it is. That's what it is. No, the Fed doesn't have control of the market, but they can raise the federal funds rate, and in turn, that affects the market for sure. Anyway, SPY up to this 405.80 level, 405.80. MGAM is going kind of crazy. MGSM or MSGM is the real crazy one. And again, we bought one share. There's Tesla in the middle. Yeah, I don't know what's a bad entry, Smokey, or not. I bought one share at $50 basically for MSGM. So I'm holding one share just to play along with it. Is it convenient for the Fed to the market dump to combat inflation? What do you mean by that? Hey, thank you. Thank you, Smokey. Appreciate you, bro. What's up, Savage? Bull or bear today? I don't know, man. Let's look at our poll numbers here. We got some polls going down. Over 1,000 votes so far. 55% say 25 basis points. And again, 25 basis points is incredibly likely. I mean, there's a very, very, very low chance that we're not going to do 25. Very rarely do we go outside of what is expected here. Again, big money knows. Big money knows. You know what I mean? And that's the thing to understand is that big money knows. And so you kind of got to go with what they're doing. And 25 basis points is, again, increasingly likely from that. All right, guys. So SPY finally dipping down a little bit. MSG and pulling back some. Mostly in a neutral range right now, though. Yeah, non-farm data coming out today. A crypto hacker apparently stole up to $3.8 billion in 22, according to Bloomberg, citing Chainalysis. All right, guys, we got 15 minutes before the non-farm payroll data comes out. 15 minutes. Minutes. And no, the insider information is always wrong. What earnings? T-Mobile, Peloton dropped earnings this morning. You don't have that problem if you own gold. Yeah, but I mean, in the end, I always look at it like this, right? Like everybody always says, oh, well, gold is real and crypto is not. It's like, bro, okay. Gold serves some purpose, but so does crypto, you know? And so it's a preference whether you want to invest in crypto or gold. I'll put it this way. Crypto has far outperformed gold over the last decade or two. SPY at 405.60. So the VWAP here is at 405.40s. Let's go to, I'm going to add the 200 EMA. I like using the 200 EMA, especially when they're right around each other. You can kind of see, like when the 200 EMA and the volume weighted average price sit close to each other, you know, we usually get a really nice bounce spot. The rate hike leak, bro. Every time, but like I said, every big report, we get somebody telling me the rate hike, the CPI report was leaked. I said it before, I'll say it again. At this point, they should have accidentally got it right at this point, and they still have it. They're usually wildly wrong. They'll be like, "Oh, bro, it's leaked. CPI is leaked, bro. It's 8.4%. Sell now, dude. Sell now." You know, then the CPI comes in at 7.7. You know, it's just kind of like, all right, bro. Most of the time, the people that are yelling that are just trying to influence their own positions. I use the intraday VY mostly, but you could use whatever you want to use, you know. Yeah, blockchain is underused, I think, too. Is the bull market back? 10 minutes. Again, 10 minutes before non-farm data comes out. Non-farm data dropping today. You can go ahead and hit that sub button, guys. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate you guys. Let's keep the growth up, team. Bro, there's so many fake people on Twitter, bro. There's so many fake people on Twitter, dude. Like, I don't know how many catfish are on Twitter. And you got a bunch of thirsty dudes like, oh, you're beautiful, bro. You're probably talking to a 50-year-old man named Bubba, okay? Like, you see it's a beautiful girl. You think it's a beautiful girl. It's probably a 50-year-old man named Bubba, all right? Like, y'all don't know who y'all are talking to. There's a bunch of catfish. They be sending me messages like, hey. It's like, dude, get your catfish self out of my chat room, bro. Absolutely ridiculous. Who does this? Who spends their time pretending to be somebody else? Yeah, it could be AI too. You know, you got a bunch of thirsty dudes like, "Oh, you're so beautiful. Give me a call." It's like, bro, like y'all are living in pretend land here. You're talking to a robot. All right, guys. SPY pull it back, testing that 200 EMA volume weighted average price spot. Yeah, it's an Epidemic Sounds playlist. Like most people are real and honest here. I try to be. Oh, bro, it was the man. It was the Hawaiian dude, or is the Samoan dude, I think. I saw a documentary on Netflix about it. Yeah, the old AOL chat. 9 minutes AOL chat. Yeah, I actually grew up when AIM and AOL chat was there. You go to the chat room and you'd be like, "Hey, I'm 12, male, Louisiana." Had some online girlfriends at 12. I was back before the internet really took off, when the internet was still definitely small relative to now. Yeah, we got more likes than that, I think. Yeah, we got 200 likes right now. Sometimes the likes just take some time to refresh. It's Carol. All right, Tesla at 175.70s, MSGM at 64s. Yeah, the good old days. All right, guys, we got about 7 minutes before non-farm payroll data. About 7 minutes here before non-farm payroll data comes out. Non-farm employment data have any chance of pumping the market or not? I don't know how much it's going to pump it, but it'll move the market a little bit at least. It's relevant for market activity. It's not wildly relevant, but it'll move markets for sure, at least a little bit. We also have manufacturing PMI and the JOLTS job report coming at 10. So, and again, ADP non-farm employment change is a payroll ADP performs payrolls for clients. The report measures the monthly change in non-farm and private employment based on payroll data of about 400,000 businesses. It's always released. It always precedes non-farm payroll data, which comes out on Friday. So, and again, this will be interesting to see kind of how inflation is affecting the market here. If the data is higher than expected here and that causes a move up, then that means, again, it goes back to what do we fear most right now? Do we fear an inflation more right now? If we fear inflation, a higher than expected ADP non-farm employment number would cause drops in market activity. If we are fearing more so a recession at this point in time, then lower ADP non-farm employment change is going to drop markets, right? So basically, if non-farm data comes in higher than expected and the market drops, then inflation fears are looming. If ADP non-farm employment change comes in higher than expected and the market goes up with it, then recession fears are looming. That's the way you have to look at it. SPY pull it back to the volume weighted average price level. We'll see if we get a bounce there, but yeah, I think that's the way you got to watch it. Yeah, it's because inflation fears, EH. Hey, bro, are you concerned that the Fed might have to counter the move of the last weeks and the loose financial conditions that they definitely won't like? What do you mean, the market going up? You think the market going up is going to make them raise rates more aggressively? And in turn, that's going to cause bigger drops in markets? I mean, it's possible. Again, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's possible. Yeah, Monty. Sad story, bro. Sad story, to be honest. It ended up being one of his like brothers that was doing it or something, or it was like his cousin, I think, that was doing it. Or not his cousin. It ended up being like a guy neighbor of his that was like pretending to be his girlfriend, and you know, just kind of messing with him. You got some weird people out there, bro, who are just kind of unhappy with their own life, and so they kind of live in pretend land, unfortunately. While I talk to my internet friends, market pulling back to 405.40s here. Tesla pulling back. Let's watch the dollar index too. We're holding one share of MSGM, but here's the Dixie right here at 101.80s. We got about 3 minutes before non-farm data comes out. About 3 minutes. Yeah, it's all good, man. Listen, I'm talking to my internet friends right now, bro. Listen, I can't really talk, man. I'm just kind of making fun of myself there. Yeah, we'll see if Michael Burry's right. Michael Burry said sell. If the market rips up, he's gonna come around and say manipulation or whatever. All right, bro. Hey, love you, man. Have a good day, buddy. You okay? All right, love you, buddy. So another great deal, the way it works, and we'll stream it live. So hit the notification bell, guys. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. We'll stream it all live. You're not going to miss it if you're live and up to date on our stream, just to put it into perspective. So again, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and you won't miss the rate hike decision or anything that accompanies it. But this is the way it works, right? The rate hike decision is dropped at 2 p.m. We will stream that, cover that fully live, literally as soon as it drops. Thousands of people tune in because we cover it fast. So we will cover that as soon as it drops. Which is, again, at 2 p.m. on the dot, the rate hike decisions put out there at 2 p.m. on the dot. And then at 2:30, that's when Jerome Powell's going to do the actual press conference that accompanies it, is at 2:30. And then we got Meta earnings at 4. So today we've got all this stuff. We got non-farm in about a minute and a half. We've got Challenger job data at 10. PMI at 10, I believe. And then at 2, we have the rate hike decision. At 2:30, we got the press conference. At 4, we got Meta. At 5, I believe, we got Meta earnings call that we're all going to stream here. So that's what we got going on today. A lot of stuff. All right, here goes the data, guys. We got less than a minute before the non-farm data comes out. Less than a minute here. All right, less than a minute, guys. That's not a huge red candle. That's just an order getting filled randomly up there from 8 a.m. All right, guys, 30 seconds. You could be catfishing us, bro. I'm top 3 greatest traders ever in the world right now. Definitely top 3. Definitely top 3. All right, guys, here's this data coming out. Be ready. Less than a minute. We got about 15 seconds, 10 seconds now. All right, guys, 178 is what's expected for ADP employment change. We'll see how this affects markets. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Market's up. Waiting to see what the data actually is. Nothing showed up yet. Bear with me. We're finding it right now. All right, so the data showed up as 106,000, guys. 106K versus 178K expected. 106,000 versus 178. Way lower non-farm data than expected here, which is being interpreted as a positive for inflation. And look at the market rip. 106 versus 178 expected. 106 versus 178 expected. Well lower than expected here. The dollar index is tanking down. The SPY is ripping up. Inflation fears are still looming, and much lower numbers here is causing big bull response in markets. We'll see if we continue. But we're going to put this data up on screen. 106 versus 178. And now we have pivoted back down here. So we had a big reaction initially, and now we're starting to contract back down here, closer to neutral, break even at this point in time. Big pop up to 405.50s here. Big pop up to 405.50s on the SPY. So let's see if we hold over the volume weighted average price here. Tesla dipping down. Dixie is getting the biggest reaction here. So a weakening dollar is the biggest reaction that we're seeing to this. Is a weak dollar. So yeah, SPY is kind of neutral at this point in time. Yeah, I think it's generally a good thing for inflation problems, right? All right, SPY reacting down here too. But again, the big thing, regardless of what the S&P does, look at the dollar index. The dollar index fell pretty dramatically down to 101.70s. Even in the market, maybe it'll take a little while to really go, but it's better for inflation. You know, lower ADP numbers there is better for inflation. Good morning, sir. Hey, thank you, Joe. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. All right, at 405.40s here, 405.40s. Tesla at 175. The dollar index at 101.80s. Do you still have the squeeze app? It's down right now. I have to fix it. All right, guys. So again, dollar index had the biggest reaction to this data. Tanked down to 101.77s. The SPY is green from it, but we initially had a larger reaction from about 405 to 406, and then we kind of came back down a little bit here. Apparently, ADP is blaming the weather over the low 106,000 jobs. So yeah, we had initially a big reaction. Look at the dollar start to bounce back though. So the dollar index is starting to pop back up a little bit. Again, hit that subscribe button, guys. I'm really trying to push towards 100,000 this week, and I think we'll come pretty close to hitting 100K this week if we continue to trend like we have been. We're over 98K now. And so I think we could push towards 100K this week if we continue to push, regardless of whether it's this week or next. It'll be sometime over the next 2 weeks for sure that we'll break 100,000 on this channel. And thank you guys so much, man. I truly do appreciate the love and support we've gotten. It's going to be an amazing thing for the channel to hit 100K. Super proud of this channel. And yeah, genuinely appreciate the love and support here, team. Hey, thank you, Jasmine. I appreciate it, man. Hey, thank you, Bit. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, the FOMC stream should get us pretty close. Usually we grow by about 500 to 1,000 subs on the FOMC stream. So after the rate hike decision, it should get us close to 99. And then if we have a good Apple, Amazon stream, and then a good Friday stream with unemployment and non-farm payroll data, then we could get pretty close. Again, help us get there. Hit that sub button if you haven't already, guys. We appreciate it. All right, SPY at 405.50s. So basically, guys, non-farm data came out. The dollar index still dropping though, just tested the low of the market open right now, and the SPY ended up bouncing back some here, so it's back up to 405.50s here, 405.50s. No, the Fed meeting's not in 10 minutes. All right, at 9:45, we got manufacturing PMI. We got 10. We got ISM manufacturing PMI coming out too. Yeah, it happens, man, for sure. All right, so we got non-farm data here. Let me see earnings here. I don't think we have any other big earnings to really talk about today. Let me see. T-Mobile earnings dropped already. Everything's basically out already. So T-Mobile did an EPS beat and a revenue miss. Peloton did an EPS miss and a revenue beat. Altria came in on par, neutral with EPS and beat on revenue. Humana came in with an EPS beat and a miss in revenue. Enterprise beat EPS, missed rev. Thermo Fisher beat EPS and rev. Boston Scientific missed on EPS and beat on rev. So we got a few other stuff. Also, guys, if you want to trade this big economical data here, check out TopStep. TopStep is a funded account program for futures. If you look at the E-mini here, you'll notice it's the same exact price action as this, right? So this right here, if we zoom this out, you'll notice this is the same as this. And you can trade this middle side in the futures market without restriction. There's no PDT in the futures market. You can day trade and short it as much as you want in futures without restriction. And TopStep is the best way to try out the futures market without risking a ton. You know, most traders end up losing their first account or two. And so they lose thousands of dollars in the beginning of their trading. And an easy way to kind of combat that, test yourself in futures without risking a ton, is TopStep. It's a funded account program where they give you a demo. And if you can hit the target on their demo, they give you a 50K demo for the base when it's less than 140 bucks a month. So they're going to give you a 50K demo. If you can hit their target, which I believe is 3K, without losing 2K total and following the rest of their rules, then they genuinely and legitimately fund you $50,000 with a 90% split. They're the most legit futures funded program in the world. And I think most people are not going to be able to get funded. I'm still working my way on getting funded, but of course my TOS account is already funded. So I don't really have the sense of urgency that a lot of people are going to. But if you don't have the amount of money that I do and you want a great way to test yourself in futures and try to get funded, if you're good enough, you can get funded. If you're not, it's not the end of the world. It's less than 140 bucks a month. Build you into a better trader, in my opinion. Check them out. I'm definitely biased in their favor. They are a sponsor of mine, and so I'm certainly biased in their favor. But again, genuinely good way to test yourself as a trader. Here is the link. I'll put the link in chat. Again, you can get 20% off if you use my link. I heard a judge say they need to release the names of who posted Sam Bankman's bail. Yeah, man, I don't know. 90% split means that if you get funded by them, if they give you 50K, if they fund you 50 grand and you make 20 grand, you get to keep 18K. They get to keep 2K since they're funding you the money. You get to keep 90% of your profit once you're funded. Yeah, so basically today we got a lot of stuff here. Just to put this in perspective here, guys. So today we've got non-farm payroll data that just dropped. All right, so we got non-farm data. We got PMI data, ISM manufacturing PMI dropping at 10. Jolt's job openings at 10. We got crude oil inventories at 10:30. At 2 o'clock, we get the rate hike decision. At 2:30, we get the press conference that accompanies the rate hike decision. At 4 p.m., we get Meta earnings. At 4:30 or 5, I think actually, we get the Meta earnings call, and we're going to stream all of this stuff. And then tomorrow, we got jobless claims. We've got Amazon, Apple, Google earnings tomorrow. Again, we are going to stream all of that as well as the Apple earnings call. Friday, we've got unemployment, non-farm payroll data, and a bunch of earnings as well. Huge week for stock market activity. Huge week. No, if you make 20K, Ahmed, you keep 18,000. They keep 2,000 since they're funding you that money. 90% of 20K would be 18,000. Brady retiring after getting a big deal to announce on Fox. Yeah, I'm surprised they're not doing 50. But again, generally the big money knows what's up more than I do here. So it's I would expect 50 basis points. But again, I would have expected 50 basis points. Let me clarify that. I would have expected 50. Overwhelmingly, I'm going to expect 25 now because that's what the big analysts and banks are expecting. And I usually go with what the big money they know more than we do, right? So I'm going to go with 25 because that's almost certain here. But just judging based off of what JP said during the last rate hike decision, I'm surprised they're not doing 50. I really am surprised they're not doing 50. OPEC plus JMMC makes no recommendation on output policy, according to Reuters. JBS CEO says he is seeing stability in grain costs, expects U.S. beef cycle to go towards margin normalization. All right, so China and Taiwan Affairs Office calls for further resumption of direct flights between China and mainland China, according to the state media. All right, it's a big day, guys. It's a big day. We got about 1,000 people here. So hey, hit that subscribe button. Help us keep the growth up. All right, so SPY been pretty flat. And again, just understand this. We might get complete flatness ahead of this rate hike decision. A lot of times ahead of these big meetings, we just get neutral. We just get neutrality because, again, it's one of those things where, it's one of those things where people are just nervous to make big moves in markets today because we got such big moves coming later on and they don't want to take anything super huge ahead of it. So they're just indecisive and apprehensive to take any big positions. So the Fed minutes report actually drops at 2 p.m. on the dot. But if we're talking about when the actual rate hike is announced, it's at 2 p.m. So the rate hike is always at 2. The press conference that accompanies it is at 2:30. Hey, what's up, Ren? So the minutes will be... John, you got a good temperament for this. YouTubers act like infomercials. But you teach. We appreciate you. See you later. Hey, thank you, Smokey. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, I try, bro. Again, YouTube's tough, man. Again, the best way I can describe it is it feels like Snapchat just ripped up. We just went green on Snapchat, by the way. The best I can describe it is like standing in front of sometimes thousands of people and having them throw peanuts at you occasionally, and you just having to sit there and take it. You get a lot of weirdness, man. You get people who want to grow their own community who get bitter and mad at me because my community's growing. You know, so you got like really small channels that want free promotion, and then when you won't give it to them, then they start just turning into just chronic haters. You know, you got people who join the stream and really want to work with you, but like they're kind of toxic and like antagonistic with everybody, and so you don't let them work with you, and then they turn into big haters. It's just constantly dodging nonsense, to be honest. And this community is a great community, but the way I run it, it's like, look, if you cause me problems, I'm just going to ban you, you know, and that should be an understandable thing. And so I think that keeps it pretty calm and easy here. And again, I appreciate you guys. We got a great community here. We really do. About to hit 100K. And like I said, we got a good community. Most of the people here are regulars, and, you know, we see them every day, and they're just good people. But, you know, you get some bad apples every now and then, and it is what it is. Normal life, I guess. The E-mini still pumping up. The dollar index testing lows, and the SPY reacting a little bit late to the non-farm data, but it's up to 405.60s. Hey, thank you, Patrick. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, sir. They do, Ran. They do. Hey, thank you, Bit. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. We have bull haters, bear haters. I don't know which one's worse, man. Again, in the end, just don't call anybody names. We can disagree or agree on positions and sentiment and directions, and that's fine. Just don't insult people, you know. Yeah, there's almost certainly going to be a rate hike. Yeah, I'm definitely the third best peanut blocker in the world right now. You know, definitely top 3 peanut blockers of all time. Yeah, 25 basis points is almost certain. I mean, if we do anything outside of that, it's going to be kind of crazy, and I just don't think we're going to get that. Anything outside of 25 is going to be highly unlikely. But again, because of that, and again, I said this during the last rate hike decision, because of that, if we do something outside of 25, the market's going to have a big reaction in whichever direction that is. So it's like if we do 0, market's going to fly up. We do 50 or more, the market's going to dump down fast. 25, you know, we can argue which direction we're going to head from 25, but that's kind of what we're looking at now. Hey, thank you, FA. Appreciate it. I just want to say thanks for always being here for us, buddy. I appreciate you. Hey, thank you, guys. Jobless claims are always on Thursday, Kareem. So Thursday, tomorrow, is when jobless claims numbers come out. I don't know who that is. Yeah, we're going to stream meta earnings. We're going to stream the rate hike decision. We're going to stream. We're going to stream everything going on today. We're going to stream the rate hike decision at 2, the press conference at 2:30, meta earnings at 4 p.m., the actual earnings call for meta at 4:30 or at 5. And then tomorrow, obviously, we're going to stream other big stuff too. Oh, shoot. my coffee. All right, guys. So we may or may not have just spilled a lot of coffee on my table here, but that's okay. Do you believe Kramer? What was Kramer saying? All right, guys. Dollar index at 101.77s. 101.77s. Burry said sell. Yeah, that's all he said. Hey, bro, John, back at our old tradition saying spilling coffee unintentionally means wealth is coming around the corner. Hey, I hope so, bro. Let's say it happens. I'm just going to put it out there. Yeah, Kramer. What did Kramer say, man? Let's look at what Kramer said here. Kramer on January 31st says we're in a bull market, so buy on the dip. Uh-oh. That's not good. All right, so over the past 6 months, if you bought Jim's picks on the day he mentioned them and sold 2 weeks later each time, on a $1,000 principal investment, you would now only have about $166. His picks since August would be down 83% cumulatively. Shout out to Jim Kramer. Burry says sell. Kramer says buy the dip. Uh-oh. Hey, thank you, Foo. All right, we're up to 101.80s here. 101.80s. All right, guys. So, yeah, I'm in Carvana right now. Or no, I got out of CVNA here. Let's see if I should have. Maybe I could have had, but I think I cut mine. Yeah, I'm flat on Carvana. Added jobs, yeah. So right now, ADP non-farm data came in at 106K, very light, which again is seen as a positive right now, and so far it's seen as positive. The dollar index has mostly reacted negatively to it, which is good. We also have ISM data coming out later. So we got manufacturing PMI coming out at 945, and then at 10, we've got ISM manufacturing PMI, JOLTS job openings for December dropping as well. So that data comes out. Today at 10, and we're going to stream that as well. Hey, what's up, Nyan? Hey, what's up, Tiny? Good morning. Yeah, when did that crypto channel get banned, man? I see that crypto channel get banned. When did that happen? Does anybody know? All right, guys. So SBF crypto channel. Nah. Fed still fears a recession. That's why I trust 25 hike this time saving. Yeah. So if inflation, if recessionary fears are higher, then like I said, then they're going to come in low with the rate hikes. Again, I don't know if that's what they're going to do, but you know. All right, guys. So the SPY is still kind of breaking down here. And honestly, I can see the SPY correcting a little bit here. So just to look at this, so we're in this trend range, but we're stuck in the middle of the range now for the SPY, and so I think we could really go either way here at this point in time. We could come back down and go like this, and then bounce back up and go to the top, and then go like that. I think if we draw the lines out here, that's a possible continuation of the trend. That top one's a little off, but we go like that. So we could probably go like that maybe, and that's possible today, or we could just continue moving up to test the top of the range and then do whatever. Who knows? Hey, what's up, Juan? Hope you're doing good, brother. All right, so we got our poll votes on Twitter. About 36% are bullish on Twitter. About 65%. Or about 64% are bearish. About 36% are bullish on Twitter here. If we look at our actual YouTube poll numbers, YouTube 56% think we're going to do 25 basis points, and I think 25 is increasingly likely. .7% chance of 25. Yeah, I think 25 is very, very likely. Ugh. All right, guys. So the Dixie just broke lows. Does that mean the SPY is popping up? Not really. So I'm surprised the SPY is not bouncing up more. The dollar index broke all the way down to 101.75s here. And really, so we're kind of getting there's not the biggest correlation between market activity and this. All right, so the E-mini is over 4K. Dollar index just broke down. We'll see if that we'll see if that continues. But what basis point means? Did I say PBS in the chat? No, I said basis points. BPS is basis points. So 50 basis points would be 0.5%. 25 basis points would be 0.25%. So 1/4% is 25 basis points. 0.5% is 50. 100 basis points is 1%. So they're raising the federal funds rate. That amount is what we're guessing on. John, last night over dinner, I told my wife my new favorite YouTube celebrity is John from Beginner Trading. I mean, listen, bro. I don't think I'm a celebrity at all, but I'll take it, bro. Listen, definitely top 3 celebrities in the world right now. But no, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. But yeah, I'm certainly not a celebrity, but I appreciate it. You know, I'll go ahead and pretend I am just for my own pride's sake. You know. CPI is not 5 hours. No CPI today. CPI is not today. CPI is on Valentine's Day on the 14th. Definitely top 3 most attractive celebrities in the world right now for sure. Definitely top 3. Yeah, well, 100 basis points is 1%, is what I meant. So by that logic, yes, 0.1%. Basis point is 1/100th of a percent. If you skip a live stream, people get scared. The last live stream I skipped was Donuts with Dad with my son. You know. Yeah, plaque is coming. All right, guys, help us keep the growth up. We're at 98.1 thousand subscribers. We only need about 1.9K subs to break 100K. We're getting close. Again, we'll get pretty close at the end of the day today. We'll be pretty close with Meta earnings, with the rate hike decision, with the press conference. We'll be very close to it. And again, if you want on-time stock market data for free, like that's what we do here. My big thing, guys, and again, I don't sell a course. I don't sell my own service. I don't claim to be an expert. I don't act like a guru. I don't even claim to be a good trader. I've certainly been making more money with my swing trades lately than my day trades, but none of that matters here because, again, I'm not even claiming to be a great trader or anything like that. What I am here and what beginner trading is just a resource and community for traders. You'll get data quickly. Thousands of people tune into our big streams. We'll have thousands of people here for the rate hike for sure. Thousands of people tune into these streams because we cover the data fast. We put it out there very quickly so you can interpret it and use it for your own use. And so if you haven't already, we cover all the major data. We cover CPI, PPI, jobless claims, unemployment, rate hike decisions, non-farm payrolls, Jerome Powell press conferences, and we stream it all live. So you'll be able to watch the full press conferences as well as the market data that comes with it. And again, thousands of people tune in because we cover it usually within seconds of the data is being released. So again, hit that subscribe button. I would never pressure you to, but if you don't, I'll hate you forever. Subscribe now. MSGM still over 60. We're still green in it, but we'll see if it continues. Silver says, hey, John, can you tell me anything positive on the AMC ape conversion? I'm really having a hard time buying back into AMC after Aaron stopped and all the dilution. Yeah, but bro, like, here's the thing, man. Like, regardless of what they do, regardless of how they consolidate anything, or like, regardless of whether whether they combine shares to lower the float, which is what they need if they want to squeeze big, AMC is just not set up for a mother of all short squeezes, man. It's just not the same thing as GameStop, brother. It's just not the same thing. You know, it never was. I've been saying this for years. It never was the same thing. AMC's got 600, 500 something million shares in the float. You know, the short float's like 20%, bro. You know, it's not going to squeeze 1,000x. It's just not. It's just not what happens. Like the fundamentals of the company are not designed or organized that way. You know, like it might squeeze up big, which it did. It went up to like $65. The big edge that AMC has is the following that it has, which are mostly in it because they're stuck, to be honest. But regardless, that's the biggest edge that AMC has. It was never going to be the mother of all short squeezes. Nobody stopped it from happening. It was never going to happen to begin with. And the only people telling you what's going to happen are AMC tubers who told you AMC was going to hit 100,000. But anybody that understood fundamentals of stocks understood that AMC was not that. AMC was never going to be that. GameStop, 120% short float when it happened. 120%. AMC has 20%. GameStop float was like 40 million when it squeezed up to 500 plus. AMC's got literally over 10x that, you know? So it's just kind of like, it was never going to be a huge parabolic squeeze. It just wasn't. And on most of the AMC tubers who encouraged you to buy and never sell, and that it was going to 1,000x and that it was going to mother of all short squeezes, most of them had not been trading for very long. You know, and they told you guys all these big things like, oh, it's going to go up to 100K. Yeah. And then when it didn't, they pivoted and now they're covering other stuff. You know, they pivoted and acted like they just never said that, and acted like it would have squeezed if it wasn't for those pesky kids like Scooby-Doo. Like, it just never was going to happen, bro. All right, guys, SPY break it down. Dollar index. So we kind of have a little bit of a positive correlation between the Dixie and the S&P 500 right now, which is very strange. But hey, I'm not mad. A positive correlation. The Dixie down to 101.70s. We got the SPY at 405.20s here. What about arbitrage op? That's being looked at now. Ape and AMC should be in. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe. Yeah, rest in peace to Mark Douglas, the GOAT. Trading in the zone, you know, Mark Douglas famously said, you get a random distribution of wins and losses. And so if you don't take every instance of your setup, then you are not following your system to a T. You know, man ahead of his time, rest in peace. All right, guys. So market's falling down. Dollar index finally starting to bounce back up. We can look at like Tesla here, Apple. Tesla really starting to reel down here. Tesla breaking down to 173.20s right now. 173.20s. But here goes the SPY dip. Tesla dip, dollar index bounce. I don't think we've covered from '08, bro. But yeah, so I get so many people saying so many different things, man. You know, I got people saying the market's going to crash next week. You just watch. You know, I got people saying, oh, we're still in a huge bubble. You know, and I'm like, but bro, we're down on the last year, man. You know, and they're like, oh, well, we're even in a bigger bubble. You know, we got people saying, oh, the bear market's over. The bull run started. You know, we got people saying, you know, we're going to go up now, but down later on. You know, like in the end, I just tune it all out, to be completely real about it. I just kind of tune it all out. I don't know what's going to happen. I'd prefer to just react to what happens instead of predict it. I do know that, like, if stuff drops enough, I'll buy it. That's what I know. I'll buy it and sit. If it's a blue chip, healthy, low PE company, I'll buy it. Also, give your boy a follow on Twitter if you haven't already, guys. There's the Twitter link. Give your boy a follow on Twitter at Beginner Trades. We appreciate you guys. Uh, 25 basis points has already been priced in, which explains this rally. This rally is the reaction to 25 hike. When the number comes out, the market will take profit and dump all the euphoria and hype as indication of rug pull. Maybe. 2 p.m. Crazy-fied 2 p.m. Yes, we got 2 p.m. All right, so it's past 9 o'clock, guys. It's past 9 o'clock. We got about 30 minutes before the opening bell. Hopefully we get some good stuff. All right, Dixie down to 101.74s. John, is there a scenario where you would consider liquidating your account like a total cash out? Well, I'm already pretty flat in most things here, at least in swing trading. I'm already pretty flat in most things, to be honest. You know, and so, you know, I'm not really holding any major stuff. Again, my preferred way of trading is very simple. Again, a lot of people might disagree with it. It's okay. I can't even guarantee it works for you. I think it works for me, but again, my way of trading is very simple. I wait for big emotional dips, whether they're from earnings, rate hike decisions, you know, whatever it is. I wait for big emotional drops. And then once we get big emotional drops, I look for objectively valuable stocks with low PE ratios and only blue chips, never mid caps, never pennies, only blue chips. I look for objectively cheap value, low PE ratios, and big emotional drops. And I buy those dips and I sit. I set a risk level and I sit on them as long as I need to. Usually within a month or two, I'm green and I take at least, you know, most of it off. But that's how I trade. It works very well for me. Can't guarantee it's going to work for anybody else, of course, but that's what works for me.
feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me.
All right, guys. So MSGM is still up some. I kind of like that song, but it's got words, and so we gotta turn it off. All right, guys. So Tesla, which is kind of what dragged the market down, went all the way down to 172.50s, popped all the way back up to 174s here. So Tesla's starting to bounce back a little bit here. We'll see if it holds. All right, guys. So SPY still breaking lows here. Tesla ended up bouncing back. It's weird. We almost have a positive correlation between the dollar index and the SPY currently here. Almost a positive correlation. Look at that movement. Interesting for sure. All right, guys. So we are going to get ready to trade here. But yeah, look at the dollar index. Look at Tesla. Here is the E-mini here, the S&P 500. Let's see what we get. We got our countdown to the actual numbers. But yeah, we'll see if we get something good today, team. Dollar index is breaking lows again, which is very strange because, again, the SPY is testing the lows of the last couple minutes here with the dollar index. So the dollar index is down to 101.70s. The SPY is down under 405s now, too. Kind of following it a little bit here. Very strange. Let's see if we can find some trends to draw early this morning. That's the trend we got right now. We'll see if we keep that trend up. No, I didn't get any Tesla. I've been bullish on through earnings, but I have exited my positions, and I'm currently betting against the market. People knew that last 50 basis point hike was coming, and the market dove. Yeah, but sometimes the market doesn't do exactly what it did prior, you know. What's your expected basis points? 25. I think we're almost certain to do 25. Yeah, I think if the analysts weren't expecting 25, I would go with 50. But again, because I would go with 50 if the analysts weren't expecting 25, just because usually, with what Jerome Powell said last time, he said he didn't want to cause a crash, so he wasn't going to do like super aggressive rate hikes, but he was going to do fairly aggressive ones sustained through longer periods of time in order to not cause a crash and essentially avoid a crash so they don't have to play cleanup afterwards, and instead just kind of do sustained rate hikes for the indefinite future. That's what he said. So I'm surprised they're not doing 50, to be honest. But I think if the analysts and everybody else are expecting 25, we're almost certain to do 25. We're not. It's not 100%, but it's up there. And in that regard, if we don't do 25, then the market's going to react big. We're just going to have a big reaction. MSGM is in a flag pattern right now. Looks like a flag to me. If it's 25, you think it's priced in? We have a positive day today. Maybe. I really don't know. I have no idea how we're going to react. Nobody does. We're just predicting here. Some people might be right. Some people might be wrong. Michael Burry is predicting bear action. But I really don't know. So we can kind of see this trend here. Let's zoom out and see if there's a better trend. This might be a little bit better. So it's a 45% angle. That's why I like Quant Tower here, because Quant Towers, I think that's a little bit more accurate. Let's do this trend instead. It's one of the reasons I like Quant Towers, because it shows you the angle, so you can get the angles perfectly here. But I don't know, maybe 43 here. It looks a little bit closer. Let's zoom out here, maybe like that. And that's a 41 angle. Let's look at 41. Yeah, I think that's probably the most accurate one. So a 41-degree angle trend on the downside here. Yeah, for sure, Eric, 100%, man. He definitely wants the market to go down. He's been betting on the short side. Again, he's known for the movie The Big Short is based off of Michael Burry and a few other people. But so, I mean, he's certainly confirmation bias for sure. All right, guys, we got about 15 minutes. He has called the last 43 of 2 recessions. Yeah, that's basically it. He's been calling for a recession, Bitcoin crash, all that stuff for the last couple, last while. All right, guys, 15 minutes. SPY's starting to bounce back a little bit with Tesla bouncing back. So Tesla's technically green on the day. Yeah, I use TLS. All right, guys. Fed rate hike decision today. We got a lot of stuff dropping. In about 30 minutes, we do have manufacturing PMI and the JOLTS job data coming out at 10. Yeah, you keep repeating yourself, eventually you'll be right. Yeah, for sure. Same thing. I mean, here's the problem is that, like, the reason I think there's so many bears and they're super biased is because I think that, like, over time, I think people watch The Big Short and they see what he did and they want to be like him. Like, they want to emulate that behavior, right? So I think everybody wants to be the next Michael Burry, or I think a lot of people want to be the next Michael Burry. And so I think people just start predicting these shorts. And when they're wrong, instead of being like, yo, I was wrong, we didn't get a crash, they just kind of double down on it and they keep saying it. Again, if you look at keywords that have trended for the last 5 years, right? 2017 stock market crash, 2018 stock market crash, 2019 stock market crash, 2020 stock market crash, 2021. And we kind of got a little one in 21, or maybe it was 2020. My days are getting mixed up. But regardless, you keep throwing darts at a dartboard, eventually you're going to hit it. But it doesn't mean you're accurate with it. You know, it doesn't mean you're super high accuracy with it. You know, and I think that's the big thing to understand. Hey, thank you, Rob. I appreciate you, brother. So I think, and then I think you also have like a bunch of YouTube influencers that are telling people the stock market's going to go to zero and all this stuff. Because I think like what happens is the YouTubers get super confident in themselves. And they want to be the next Michael Burry. And they see people like Elon saying, oh, we might crash. And they see people like Grant Cardone saying, oh, we might crash. And so you got these big YouTubers who are copying off of the even bigger public figures that they watch. And then you got, you know, the YouTubers then making videos saying, yeah, guys, the stock market's going to hit zero. Or like, yeah, guys, the market's going to crash. And then it doesn't, right? And then instead of being like, yo, I was wrong, like that's not what we got. They just kind of double down on it and say it's a manipulated system. You know, the market should have crashed. It's kind of like AMC community saying AMC should have squeezed if it wasn't for naked shorts. It's just kind of like, bro, y'all get out of here, man. Y'all just lost. Y'all were wrong. Y'all got manipulated by a bunch of people who had confirmation bias in what they were holding. Like, that's all it is. Anyways, let's see if the market moves up. Like Mike, the greatest basketball movie of all time, Like Mike. Back before Bow Wow was Bow Wow, he was Lil Bow Wow. Now he's just Bow Wow. I love Like Mike. That's a great movie. Great childhood movie of mine is Like Mike. I love that movie. Your content is good, but you're talking too much. Oh, come on now, man. What a backhanded compliment if I ever seen one. You'll be all right. I'll talk as much as I want. You know, you don't have to watch it. You can go watch somebody else, dude. I still think the only place for shorts, I think you can short stuff. I think there's some stuff to short. But I think right now, I don't like shorting long-term in anything. I might day trade short, but I'm not going to hold something long-term. Yeah, I'm definitely one of the top 3 talkers in the world right now, for sure. Definitely top 3. For sure, you know. Give me your list of your top 3 best talkers in the world right now. Let's see if we agree with it. I better be in there. All right, so AMD CEO says he believes the first quarter is the bottom for the PC market. He says quarter 1 is the bottom potentially for the PC market. Do you guys agree? I'd rather you talk. Yeah, he's just mad. I'm gonna translate what he said for you guys so y'all can really understand what he said. What my guy said, he said I talk too much. What he really meant was I'm insecure about my own short positions, and John's talking about why my short positions might not turn out well, and so I'd rather him not talk. That's really what he meant by that. And it's all good, man. It's all love here. You know, I mean, I hate you forever, whoever said that, but it's all love here. Market's moving up to the top of the trend. We'll see if it rejects here. Space Jam. Honestly, I like Mike more than Space Jam, to be honest. Space Jam was good. I like Michael Jordan. I grew up in the 90s. Listen, I grew up in the 90s. I went and saw Space Jam in theaters. Okay? Space Jam was more influential over my childhood. I had a Michael Jordan. I had a Michael Jordan poster in my room and a Michael Jordan jersey that I wore. Okay? But I still liked Mike better, I would say. You know, I thought Like Mike was a better movie than Space Jam. But they were both good. I dig the glasses. Hey, thank you, Juan. I'm not triggered. Listen, you got to troll the trolls. That's the only way to approach it, man. Spy over 405s. Let's see if it actually holds. But yeah, look. So the S&P 500 just tapped that level. We might take a short based off of this here. So we're gonna take one short. See if we follow this trend. 2 contracts in the micro here. We'll let it be. I started it good enough, but I never actually finished it. Holds is all right. Holes was all right. But it's definitely not like my favorite kid movie. I wish he was right. PCs will be hurting most of the year. Give Young John your positive thumbs up. That's my rap name, Young John. Not to be confused with Lil Jon. John will out humble you. Don't even try, bro. Listen. Dude, I am the most humble person in the world right now, for sure. So yeah, I'm in this position short. We'll see. I'll exit the position if it goes too much against me here. Obviously, because if we go up too much, we're gonna be breaking out of the trend that's here. But I'll give it time to reject at the trend line. Will you rap for us? Oh, bro, y'all don't pay me enough to rap for you guys. Definitely top 3 rappers in the world right now. All right, so here we got a little rejection at the level that we were talking about. We're still break even on the trade. Let's see if we get this downward trend back down to this level. You shouldn't drink Monsters, Juan. They're not good for you, bro. Yeah, Sandlot, probably one of the GOAT movies. Let me see. I need a list to really figure out which ones I like the most. Hook is up there. I like Hook. Homeward Bound, you know, what a great movie. Good Burger. Good Burger's up there. Little Giants, football movie. That's a good one. What else we got? Mighty Ducks is good. It's not one of my favorites, but it's up there, you know. Richie Rich. I always like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Is like one of my favorite ones. I was always a little bit ahead of most people's time here, though. All right, guys, we got 8 minutes. Yeah, I watched Uncle Buck recently with my kids. It was good. Yeah, Honest John. I'm gonna make that my new nickname. You know, that's gonna be my new nickname, Honest John. All right, guys, we're about break even here. I might short this, add one more contract here. We're in 3 contracts short. Looking for a flush down. Yeah, I like Hook. I'm super offended. Probability, very offended, man. If I don't, I'll put it this way, okay? The reason I talk so much, just to explain in like an actual, like, not sarcastically. But if I sit here quietly, people leave the stream, man. You know, just to be honest about it. If I sit here quiet, people leave. They don't watch the stream. They're saying, "Oh, this is boring. I'm gonna go do something else." And so I get paid to talk. You know, I'm gonna talk. Should be pretty understandable. She was my crush back in the day. Who? I don't know who that is. Oh, she was Marty's girlfriend in Back to the Future. That's who she is. All right, so we got this trend that we drew here. We're starting to get a little breakdown from it. We're in 3 contracts. I'd really prefer to cut this ahead of the open. I don't really feel like holding this through the opening bell. You can do magic tricks. John doesn't need to justify talking. Top 3 most justifiers in the world right now. Best justifiers in the world right now. Market's starting to break down. Tesla actually bounced it up, but MSGM just dumped down here. There goes my 1 share. I told people, let me guess, they hit you with an offering. Let me guess, MSGM just hit everybody with an offering, is what I'm assuming here. Yep, 3.9 million registered direct offering. Shocking. I bought 1 share, but they just hit an offering on everybody. Everybody, like, dude, I'm telling you, people are about to lose millions of dollars in MSGM right now. Luckily, I bought 1 share. Again, not my style of trade to get involved with here. But MSGM just announced a 3.9 million registered direct offering. To put this into perspective, the reason companies do this right now, i.e. MSGM, is sketchy, terrible penny stock companies who don't make any money, right? They don't make any money from operating their business, and so they have to make money from shareholders. What they actually do here is they pump the price of their stock up. They pump the price of their stock up. When their stock price goes up, you have the IPO, the initial public offering, and then you have what's called secondary offerings. It's dilution is what it is. It's selling shares to make money, right? So it's diluting your shares to make money. I just added 2 contracts to this. I did not. You got to change the song. I accidentally added 3 contracts to this, and I guess it might work out. But again, the reason companies do this is because they want to dilute the company to sell shares and make money, especially if you're a sketchy penny stock who doesn't make money anywhere else. You're going to sell shares and dilute the company and make millions of dollars as the CEO. By doing so, man, I made a mistake here. I added to this position instead of cutting it. But yeah, the reason they do that is to dilute the company and make money by selling shares, right? When you don't make money in your everyday business, this is how CEOs get rich. And so what they do is they pump the price of their stock up like this. And then right when they're at the top, when they can sell shares for the highest amounts, then they announce their offering and they just dump the stock on everybody because they know when they're announcing the offering, the stock's going to crash basically. And so sure enough, if you look at MSGM right now, this thing just dumped down on everybody. It's down 50% plus from where it was, and it's looking weak. So that's how it goes, man. That's how it goes. All right, so yeah, we made a mistake, and we ended up adding to a position. We should have hit the bid right here. We were trying to hit the bid on the cover side, but we ended up hitting the bid on the short side and entering a position with a worse average now. But we'll see if the downward action continues. We got less than 3 minutes before the market opens. I'm just hoping we push down enough for me to take some profit here before the open. $100K giveaway. I could do a $100K giveaway. I already gave away an Xbox Series X earlier last year. So I did give an Xbox away a few months ago. Don't hold on to your mistake. Well, I'm still break even here on the mistake. I'm actually slightly green. So and I'm betting on this trend, and the trend actually worked. If you look at the trend we drew, you know, the trend followed through a decent amount here. There we go. We're close to it. If we could break down just a little bit more, I could take profit here. And if not, it's not going to be the end of the world. Like, we're not going to be down too much. But again, understand, this is why I don't like penny stocks, guys. This is genuinely why I don't like penny stocks. It's because penny stocks are just shady like this, man. A signed photo of your head is greater than any Xbox. Bro, you don't need a signed photo, bro, because you know why? It's because you have this beautiful, some say majestic emoji right here. Look at this thing, man. Wow. Look at that thing, man. Beauty. Right there. Less than a minute, guys. I'm probably going to have to cut this now. We're holding 5 contracts, which is a fairly large position. I don't really want to get stuck. So we're going to cover this pretty quickly if we push up anymore. I'll give it a second to reject the trend because that's what we're holding. But not really loving life right now. Just a little bit too large of a position ahead of the opening bell. How much time we got left? Yeah, we got 10 seconds here. Hands over the cover button. Yeah, I'm going to cut that ahead of the open. Oh, I should have held it. That's okay. There's the opening bell, though, guys. The trend worked. I mean, the trend line we drew earlier worked. It's just we should have. We just made a little mistake in terms of executing our order, and that's all right. All right, market's coming down. The trend line worked so far. I'm gonna go ahead and short the trend. Ooh, bad move here. I'm definitely trading a little bit too early now, so I'm just gonna cut that and wait and let things play out first. I'm not gonna trade for the next 5 minutes at least. Hey, thank you, H. I appreciate you becoming a member, man. Thank you so much. Shout out to you. All right, so I'm down like 40 bucks, pretty small on the day. Now the trend breaks to the upside here. We're just gonna have to let the trend play out first now. Hey, later, Juan. Have a good day, brother. Thanks for being here, man. Choppy open, guys. Remember, we might get just straight chop today ahead of this. Yeah, whiplash opening. I'll take one contract here on the bottom, see if we break down here, continue on the downward trend. But man, I contradict myself often. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to take a trade for the next 5 minutes. Oh, I'm taking a trade 30 seconds later. It's small trades, though, but all right, we're in 2 contracts. See if we get to the breakdown here. That looked good for a second. Oh my gosh, I bought 4 here again, dude. I am making these mistakes constantly today. Yeah, we're gonna have to cover it, man. That's the 3rd mistake I've made like that today. I gotta switch these position sizes. Just get rid of this trend. Since I'm breaking out of it now. Yeah, basically, Zoldra. Yeah, Veritas, man, you've said 2 negative comments for your first comment, so I'm just going to ban you and move on with it, brother. Good day, sir. When's the meeting? The meeting is at 2 p.m. today, 2 p.m. So we will stream the entire meeting live. I think that was you. Let me make sure it's you before I And if it wasn't you, I'll unban you real quick. And my bad if it wasn't you, but I'm pretty sure. Oh, my bad, guy. You're not. It wasn't you, man. Yeah, my bad, Veritas. You're actually right. It wasn't you. You were right. I was wrong. There you go. You're unbanned. You were right. I was wrong. You're big. I'm little. You're smart. I'm dumb. You're very good looking, and I'm not attractive. There you go. I said it. My bad, bro. Definitely top 3 banners in the world right now, and sometimes it just kind of gets me in trouble, you know. All right. Market's choppy. We got a little range that we can look at right now. But it doesn't really mean much. Look at these up wicks, man. This is just chop city right now. All right, so there's the breakdown. So we would have been right on it, but I just don't trust the market enough right now to really take any big positions ahead of this. And yeah, look at that big retracement. We're right at the pre-market lows right around here. Look at this. Here's the low of pre-market right there, testing it now. I'm on my second account because he's already banned my first. Hey, listen, man, I try not to ban people, but like, again, if you cause more problems, I'm just gonna ban you forever, you know. But it's all love here. Zooming out to see if I can find a broader trend, and maybe we got one. Let's see if we can find this. Maybe we're in this trend right here. I mean, that's a reasonable trend. Let me see the angle though here. All right, we started to get to the bottom of the trend. We'll buy some here. Maybe we'll start now. This is the E-mini, the futures version of the S&P 500. So we're gonna see if we can get ourselves in a nice little cushion and then maybe add to it if we can. Very neutral trend, which is, I guess, to be expected. We're in 3 contracts. Like I said, just trying to load up to see if we start to pull that red to green move, which it looked like we might. All right, so we just cut most of it. And just cut the rest of it. Just made about $25 there or so, I think. More than that. We just made $40 just now, roughly. Getting to the top of the trend here. We're going to short the top. Just to see if we reject here, follow this trend, which is kind of what we're in now. And it looks like that worked so far. We'll maybe add more to this. I don't know if I like that retracement back up there to the top. I don't like that at all. I'm going to cut this. Yeah, so we cut that right in time here. Maybe we'll add some back. So we saved money there. We didn't get stuck in a downward cycle. Palantir. All right, so we're break even now on the trade. Looking to see if we come back down to the bottom of the trend. There's 2 contracts. This market's starting to break out to the upside. Yeah, I gotta cut it. Market's looking too strong, but we're about to hit a big resistance level. This level we're at now is a big resistance level. Very choppy trend currently. Starting to rip up a little bit. All right, guys, so we're just sitting back here, seeing if we get a pop up. Try to be patient. Starting to finally. You know, ahead of the rate hike decision, we might get indecision today. That's certainly possible. Kind of chopping back and forth. Not really any good trend to attack right now, I don't think. Waiting to let the market bounce. We're right at that support level here, so I could buy this little dip. About 2 contracts here, see if we get a bounce. Down a little bit, but not really any distinct edge here in the market. Just going back and forth here the last few days, which it might be one of those days where it's just not good to push too heavy because of the rate hike decision coming through and all that stuff. So, you know, we don't need to take any big crazy size positions or anything like that. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and cut that. So we've gotten a few choppy losses here. Let me see if we can get a broader trend that we can attack. But again, with opening chop action where we're going up and down again ahead of this, we'll probably just slow down. Again, remember the rate hike decision, a lot of people are going to be waiting for the rate hike decision to come through. Getting a big squeeze back up, but we'll see if it continues. But yeah, just neutral activity. We'll see if the range follows, but not going to get pressured into buying here. You know, just going to kind of sit and wait. A lot of up wicks, super choppy. Y'all just be careful. Don't take any big crazy size today. Yeah, let me change this music. There we go. This is some old music. I got to go back to the other music we got. Well, we usually listen to. There we go. We're testing the top of the range. Oh, yeah, manufacturing PMI. My bad, guys. Let me look at it. Came in at 46.9. S&P Global Manufacturing PMI came in at 46.9 versus 46.8 previously. And last time it was... Bear with me, guys. Checking this data now. 46.9 versus 46.8 last time. So slightly better than expected, but pretty neutral data. Very choppy price action today. Slightly bullish since the opening bell, but not anything like super obvious to attack, I would say here. Big breakouts on the upside. Might buy this dip here. See if we get a little pop and then cut it quickly. Now we'll take that off. We also have the Challenger job data coming out pretty soon. But yeah, there's the S&P Global Manufacturing PMI. It's a big down wick, but again, we've been getting stuck in the chop all day. I think if we're going to let this roll, we got to be a little bit longer term with it. There we go. Finally getting a little pop. Up there here, but there we go. We took a little bit of profit there. Took some half off there. See if we get a move now. And go take profit at the top. Cut that. Looks like it was the right move too. Maybe add another dip, but there's so many up wicks and down wicks today. You can see a move. It's just super hard to predict anything. Where no matter what direction you think we're going, you know, we come in faking out the other side. And that's pretty standard for Fed rate hike days. You know, we don't really get a good momentum on Fed rate hike days. It's usually very choppy and neutral. Market's starting to squeeze up, though. Broke out of that trend on the upside. So maybe we keep it up. The E-mini and the SPY are essentially the same thing. Yeah, we already took the trash out. All right, so big pop up in the market here, big squeeze up. Still testing the highs here for the market. Let's see if we get a bullish day here. I don't mind a bullish day, even though we're not really capitalizing on it or taking advantage of it. FOMO, did they raise interest? So the news comes out at 2 p.m. today. And again, we're going to stream it all live like we always do, guys. So we're going to stream it all live like we always do. Data comes out at 2 p.m. today. And so again, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. And again, we're going to cover it as soon as it drops. So subscribe if you haven't yet. A little pullback now. Maybe we can buy into this dip. Take one contract here. 10 a.m. news. Yeah, so we got the JOLTS job report coming out in 7 minutes. The JOLTS job openings report in 7 minutes. Very wick heavy day though. All right, so we are green here a little bit. Big breakout once we had this range here. Tesla squeezing. Yeah, Tesla squeezing up. We got this big move. We're going to start to short now. I'm going to take 2 contracts here. We're approaching a pretty obvious range high. We also had a bearish hammer candle, which it looks like we're just getting squeezed out on. But I want to give it time to retrace here. We're right up to a main support or resistance level. And we've had like multiple green candles in a row. So I don't think this is going to continue. We're going to take 3 contracts here. And we are just paying for it right now. Not down much at all, though. We got to adjust our size for the rate hike day. Remember, JOLTS job numbers come out in 5 minutes, team. 5 minutes. Slightly green on this trade. What's AMD doing? I haven't even been watching it. All right, so you saw us cover our long, and now we're pivoting to a short trade. All right, we're going to go ahead and cover into that. We got 1 contract left. And getting a nice little breakdown for us on the last little bit. We'll go ahead and cover that too. I mean, the trend to form would be on the upside now, so we're going to try to start buying this trend here. So we got a little trend right now on the upside. We can show you it. I don't mean for my chart to look like this. I usually hate charts that look like this, but we're going to cut this, and we're going to look at the recent trend that we have here and start attacking the upside to it. 2 contracts. All right, so we are bouncing at the bottom of that trend range. All right, JOLTS job in 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes. I'll probably cut this ahead of this. I don't want to sit in this through that. Hopefully we can be green ahead of it, but there we go. Nice little range bounce. We covered that 1. And we're green on the rest, but not the best fill. All right, guys, less than 3 minutes ahead of this. Or about 3 minutes now. All right, we're starting to creep up. I'm going to go ahead and get out of this while I'm green. The trend that I drew worked really well. You can see the trend follow here. All right, challenger job data in less than 2 minutes. And if you haven't already, check out TopStep, man. TopStep is a funded account program for futures where they give you a demo. If you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules and conditions, then they fund you between 50 to 150,000. I'm trading the S&P 500 mini in futures. You can day trade and short in futures with no PDT restriction. And TopStep is a beautiful way to test yourself and challenge yourself as a trader. Again, what they do is they give you a demo. If you can hit the target on the demo while following their rules and conditions, and they fund you the same amount as the demo. Base one's 50K, so if you can pass it, you get 50K in funding. Again, regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. They pay out millions of dollars. They fund thousands of traders a year. It's the best way to test your skill as a trader. We got about 30 seconds until the Challenger job cut data comes out, about 30 seconds. I'm going to refresh this too so we can actually find it. All right, so Challenger data is expected to show up. Or the JOLTS job, not the Challenger job data. The JOLTS job report is scheduled to show up right now. And big drops. Big reactions here. The data showed up as 11 versus 10.25 expected. 11 versus 10.25 expected. Manufacturing PMI came in lower than expected at 47.4. The JOLTS job opening came in at 11.012 versus 10.25 expected. So higher than expected for JOLTS job opening. So more job openings than expected. Manufacturing PMI, so expansion versus contraction, came in much lower than expected. And we'll put this number up on screen. So JOLTS jobs came in at 11 versus 10.25 expected, and ISM manufacturing numbers came in at 47.4 versus 48 expected. So lower than expected manufacturing numbers and higher than expected JOLTS job opening data here. So we'll put this up on screen. And here is that data right there, all relevant to inflation here. All right, market's starting to bounce up a little bit after this huge downwick. Broke this trend, so this trend is insignificant now, now that the data came out. So this is TopStep, guys. And if you want to check out TopStep, here is the link. I think I posted it earlier, but I'm going to make sure. I posted a second ago. No, I didn't. Yeah, if you want to check out TopStep. Yeah, if you want to check out TopStep and try to get funded in futures, here's the link. Great way to help support the channel here. I'm definitely biased in their favor. They are a sponsor of mine, but there's the link right there if you want to check it out. All right, so again, anytime you hear PMI, it means manufacturing expansion versus contraction is what it means. Anytime you hear PMI, it's expansion versus contraction. We got one contract of the micros here, see if we can write a bigger breakdown. There we go. I'll go ahead and cover that. But yeah, it's manufacturing contraction versus expansion. And so coming in less than expected means that we came in more contracting manufacturing sector than initially anticipated here. Looks like this might turn the market, but getting some chop action right now. Bouncing back up now. Look like weakness here, so we're going to take two contracts, try to ride this down. See if we can catch a larger breakdown in action. Sorry, guys. Let me put on this other playlist. All right, we're going to go and cut a piece of this and then cut the rest there. Just made about another $20 on that. Breakdown did happen, though. Look at this. Look at the big breakdown showing up. Testing lows of the day now. Again, subscribe, guys. We cover this data very quickly. And we will be back for the Fed rate hike later on. Market's still pushing. 25 basis points. Yeah, I'm on a 1 minute time frame. All right, getting a little pop back up. Let's see if this bounce back continues. Very neutral right now, though. I might sort of short this, but it's just a very neutral market right now. We're going to take 2 contracts short here. See if we pivot back down, but yeah, we're gonna have to cut that and just wait. We might actually come back down here, but the market's showing very choppy trend. We might continue on a downtrend, it looks like, but why is MSGM rebounding? Is it really? Jeez, man. No, we're not down much. Head and shoulders pattern on the spot now. All right, market started really flush. Like I said, we might break down more. Just the risk was a little bit too high. But again, it's Fed day, so we're testing 405 on the SPY right now. Tesla just broke down pretty sizably under some levels. Testing lows of the day here. Looks like the break is coming. Market's trying, but again, kind of head and shoulders pattern showing up right now. Again, I've kind of avoided trading super actively today. I just don't see much edge, and the market's neutral and kind of sketchy. Looks like it might make a test for the lows of the day, which it just did. And then it pivoted right back up. And then bounced all the way back. So Trap City right now, guys, y'all just be careful, man. MSGM is now getting halted over and over again. So y'all be careful with that one too, man. I know a lot of you guys were in that one. Maybe we got a little range forming here, but market's so up and down right now, hard to predict for sure. Widen this out a little bit. You can kind of see the trend. 46. Let's make it 40. There we go. Tesla trying to rebound. Pure day of choppiness right now, though. Maybe fix our trend here, but at a certain point, we're just changing the trend to justify which way it's heading. But starting to break down again. We're just kind of sitting quiet now, guys. I don't see a point in pushing super heavy ahead of this. Yeah. So yeah, we can look at TOS right now. And see like how neutral and choppy the SPY is versus the dollar index versus all that stuff. It's just so neutral right now. You see the SPY looking, it looks like a head and shoulders, but there's no real trend or rhyme or reason before it. It's going up and then down and then up and then down. So there's just not much of an edge, I think, here to attack personally myself, Chart Prime has actually been pretty right about everything today. And if you want to see Chart Prime, here's Chart Prime right here. Again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money. Nobody can guarantee you're going to make money. But if you want to see what one of these premium indicator services is like, again, here's Chart Prime. Reversal up, big bounce. Reversal down, and a bunch of bearish engulfing candles here and here, and the resistance. Big drop. Reversal down. We got a little drop after that. Reversal down here. We got a nice drop over the next 5 minutes. You got the range support that held really nicely too. And so, it's been holding really well. If you want to check out Chart Prime, you can. It's a trading view indicator service. They are a sponsor of mine as well. And so I'm definitely biased in their favor. And of course, I cannot guarantee you're going to make money or anything like that with Chart Prime. Again, I'm definitely biased in their favor because they're a sponsor of mine as well. But here is the link. Check them out. Again, hit that subscribe button. We are pushing towards 100K. And you can find all of our sponsor links in the description, including Top Step. Top Step is a funded account program for futures where they give you a demo. If you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, they fund you between $50,000 to $150,000 with a 90% split. But yeah, if you want to check them out, there is the link. We have about 3 hours and 45 minutes. But yeah, we will be back later on, guys, to stream the press conference. So again, if you haven't already, listen, thousands of people tune into the stream because we cover the data very quickly. If you want a place to get the data fast, this is the stream for it. We cover the rate hike decision as soon as it comes out. We cover CPI as soon as it comes out, jobless claims, PPI, unemployment, non-farm payroll data. We cover it as soon as it comes out, guys. Some of this other data, like the JOLTS, we were a little bit slow on. The PMI, we were a little bit slow on because it's not super relevant data. But all the major earnings, we will stream meta earnings. We got the rate hike decision at 2 p.m. that we will stream live, walk you through the entire process of what happened, what it means, all that good stuff, as well as take you through all those different steps. Plus, we're going to stream the full press conference with Jerome Powell later on today. We're going to stream meta earnings and the earnings call. And so we're going to stream all of that stuff live right here. And so if you haven't already, subscribe, hit the notification bell. We certainly appreciate the love and support. And yeah, we appreciate it, man. But yeah, guys, with that said, good luck. Y'all be safe. Remember, it could be a very choppy day, and it looks like it is. And again, we'll be back later on today, guys. Good luck. Y'all be safe. See you guys later. Thank you, Tiny. Yeah, have a good day, guys. We'll see you guys a little bit. We'll see you guys in 3.5 hours.